Dear colleagues, we'll be starting quite soon. No? Yes. Dear colleagues, you hear now? Yes. Thank you so much. We will be starting quite soon. We'll be starting quite soon our UNEP 7 Cities and Regions Summit. Maybe before we start, just a few logistical announcements. In case if you need interpretation, because we also have simultaneous interpretation with French language, you need to connect online. It's on Zoom. So please liaise with my colleagues here to see if you need interpretation. Because we have few speakers today also speaking French in the later sessions. So I have to wait. Yes, true. Yes, we will start quite soon as the governor of Nairobi will arrive in the room. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, representatives of the national governments, regional governments, local governments, dear colleagues, we are very excited to see you all at this UNEA 7 Cities and Regions Summit. This summit is an associated regular event to the UNEA, so we are very happy to see you again at this event to discuss very concrete issues, how we're connecting topics of the implementation of the multilateral environment agreements with very concrete local actions on grounds, on climate, on biodiversity, on addressing environmental pollution. So thank you so much for coming here. We have here about 100 people and we have around 1,000 people online. So it's quite a very big event, which is very popular, and most importantly, it really will be resulting in very concrete implementation on ground of all the ideas which will be presented today. We will be presenting later on the detailed agenda and logistics announcement, but it's my pleasure, first of all, to open this first opening panel and give floor to the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme, Mrs. Inger Andersen. Inger, please.
Thank you very much and good morning. Let me begin by thanking you, Excellency. We are deeply honored by your presence, and we know that President has a hectic program, so we ask for your understanding. But to you, Excellency Abdullah bin Al-Amri, President of UNEA 7, we are proud of your leadership, and we thank you and your country for the lead that you have held during, since you took over the presidency from UNEA 6. I also want to thank your beautiful country and your entire delegation for all the work that they have done carrying this presidency. I am aware that His Excellency Honorable Sakaya Arthur Johnson is on his way, and as I mentioned his name, Mayor, how are you?
My apologies.
Just as I have the honor of mentioning Honorable Sakaya Arthur Johnson's name, he is the governor of Nairobi City County here in Kenya, and we are honored to have him with us here today. And distinguished ambassadors, heads of local government, mayors, and many others who are present here, and ministers, it is a great honor to welcome you to UNEP and to UNEA. And warm welcome to the Cities and Regions Summit, which, as we just heard from my colleague, takes place ahead of each UNEA and indeed also here at UNEA 7. At the UNEA 7, the focus will be on advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. This is the President's theme that he negotiated for this UNEA. And the truth is we desperately need that kind of solution, sustainable solutions, resilient planet, because the global environmental challenges are intensifying. And we see the impacts of accelerating climate change and record heat waves, and many cities are journeying just that. The UNEP 2025 emissions gap report finds that the rise in global temperatures will likely exceed 1.5 degrees within the next decade. And the question then is, how fast can we bring that back down to where we want it to be? And so we have to see massive reductions in greenhouse gas emissions to minimize that overshoot while investing in adaptation and loss and damage. At that point, let me give a big shout out to Brazil for absolutely brilliant hosting of COP30. We were honored to be in Brazil at the gateway to the Amazon, and you did an absolutely outstanding job. Bravo, Brazil. I think they deserve a round of applause. But the reality is that many of these problems become then very much local in the urban settings, with cities and regions at the heart of action, but this is also where the solutions lie. And that is why you are here, because we have to not forget that 60% of the SDG targets and 70% of climate solutions lie in local action. And that is why the COP30 was an implementation summit. So we need the support of many cities that are already becoming mitigation and adaptation and resilience hubs through low-carbon buildings, smart infrastructure, natural cooling infrastructure, heat-resilient design, and much, much more. so that they can withstand stormwater and be flood resilient, etc. And we need to do this while providing sustainable and affordable and climate resilient housing for billions of people. But the thing is that solutions do exist, and many of you are working at the front line implementing these solutions, from climate smart buildings and sustainable materials and so on and so forth. And I think that the endorsement of the Belém Call of Action for Sustainable and Affordable Housing by the UNEP-hosted Intergovernmental Council for Buildings and Climate was a massive step forward. And the work of our colleagues from UN Habitat was also very, very visible. On our side, the Beat the Heat implementation drive, as well as the Cool Coalition, which we worked together with the COP30 presidency, was very meaningful. So now we have to see these starts. How can we create a massive momentum across the world? And here I have a few points that I wanted to raise. First point, let's lean more on nature. When we were in Belém, we saw the massive opportunities that nature provides in this beautiful city at the gateway to the Amazon, with amazing opportunities for a cost-effective, addressing cost-effective solutions across various environmental crises, while driving jobs, while driving local solutions. We met with local mayors, we saw their activities, we saw what they were doing. This was solutions in practice on the ground, because we need to talk about wetland restoration, urban forests, green and blue infrastructure at the global level. We need to scale this up. We need to learn from each other. We need to think about what we can do to cool our cities through planting more trees, through smart urban design. We are seeing this from Medellin to Singapore, across the African continent and way beyond, as we saw in Belém. And that leads me to my first point is lean on nature, because nature has a number of the solutions, right? When we plant the trees, the temperature goes down. When we work with urban wetlands, they can be where the waters can go when we have heavy floodings, or indeed where we find water when we have droughts. So there are ways in which we can be smart and leaning in on nature. My second point is, let's think about what it looks like when we shift financing to quote-unquote nature positive, which is debated, but I think you understand what I'm saying in shorthand here, things that pay back, when nature gets a payback, so that we get climate resilient urban development. Because when we look at the 2023 State of Finance for Nature report, we see almost 7 trillion that flows into quote-unquote nature negative activities, and annual nature-based solution investments or ecosystem-based adaptation, etc. That has to triple by 2030 to meet the global goals on biodiversity, on climate, and on desertification and land. So, however, the UNEP Adaptation Gap report tells us that we are around 300 to 360 billion short. We need to see that every year, annually by 2035 into adaptation. In Glasgow, we promised each other that by 2025 there would be 40 billion on the table for adaptation. However, there was only some 25 billion or so on the table. So those who promised financing have to step up, and this is part and parcel of the story. Now, we need to make these funding close that finance gap, because cities are critical. They generate 80% of the global GDP. And policymakers can really make that happen, find ways to access finance. They can establish pooled financing mechanisms to support smaller municipalities that may not have the ability to issue municipal bonds or other ways of raising resources by themselves. We can find a way of deploying blended finance models that can leverage public with private sector, and we can reform the global international financial architecture, which is a discussion outside of UNEP, but which many of you are engaged in, and I hope that you continue. So make those reforms so that it works. It works for sustainability, it works for job creation, it works for poverty reduction, it works for justice. And I think that this is then my second point is, let's figure out how we can shift financing in a number of ways. My third point is that we have to boost multi-level governance of the multilateral environmental agreements on the ground. We can't think in silos anymore. We can't do biodiversity with one hand and climate with another, and toxics and chemical waste with a third. We need to think about this in an integrated way. These multilateral environmental agreements that have been created by member states are increasingly citing cities and regions as the key actors where we see these things coming together. We saw that in the Belém policy package, and we see that in the global biodiversity, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, Target 12, which calls precisely for that integration, integrating green spaces and urban planning as human well-being and prosperity and well-being, as well as biodiversity imperatives. So we need more national governments to listen to their local governments and cities, which is often where the solutions lie. We need to ensure that the city solutions are included in the NDCs, in the NBSAPs, and in other planning frameworks. So that's really our message here today. So Excellencies and Mr. President, what happens in the cities essentially shape the world, right? What happens in these rooms can shape what happens in the cities and in the halls of the United Nations, and hopefully also in international financial conversation. And we at UNEP, we're proud to host you. We're very honored to have our president with us, and of course, the distinguished governor of Nairobi. And I very much look forward to hearing their speeches at this point. Let me thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Inger, for this really inspiring speech, and also outlining actually the frame which will be really very important for the discussion today. And just to say, we have very many mayors also from developing countries looking at the nature-based solutions, who will be presented today the best practices, and with the support of UNEP, but also with support of the Local 2030 Coalition, we really managed to bring very good practices from the Global South on very concrete implementation. So this will be really very exciting discussion in the frame of the speech that was outlined. With that, we indeed very honored to have Your Excellency, Mr. Abdullah bin Al-Amri, the President of the UNEA Assembly, but also the President of the Environment Authority of Oman here. And we would be really pleased to have your opening speech.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Really, I'm very delighted to be here surrounding by this warmth you are reflecting in your movement forward to reach the environmental ambitions. And really, I'm not that fluent in English like Ms. Angela Anderson, so I will recite my notes which I have written in my iPad. But before that, I would like to express my gratitude to those who have been spending really a huge efforts during their presidency for various of environmental COPs, starting from UAE, COP28, Azerbaijan, COP29, Brazil, COP30, and also Saudi Arabia hosting the COP16 for desertification, and Colombia, the biodiversity. And really, we have been achieved concrete outcomes from all these environmental events on which we have to build and continue moving forward to reach our goals in order to safeguard our planet. And really, it is my great pleasure to open the UNEA 7 Cities and Regions Summit, a key moment in the consultation leading to the 7th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly. The theme of UNEA 7 is Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet. This theme reflects the collective view of member states on the urgent need to advance practical, science-based and cooperative solutions to strengthen global environmental resilience. Cities and regions have a critical role to play in achieving this vision. They are where innovation thrives, where solutions can be scaled, and where resilience must be built for billions of people. Allow me to share perspective from Oman. Our cities, for example, Muscat, Salalah, Suhar, are vibrant, centers of life and culture, yet they face the same pressure as the cities everywhere. Traditionally, Omanis have adapted to extreme heat through ingenious methods. Thick-walled houses that keep interior cool, wind towers that channel breezes, and the foliage irrigation system that has sustained communities for centuries. These practices remind us that resilience is not new. It is rooted in wisdom and innovation. Today, we must combine that heritage with modern approach to create cities that thrive in harmony with nature. Building on this heritage, Oman is implementing sustainability measures in its existing urban areas. In Muscat, older neighborhoods are being upgraded with green corridors, shaded walkways, and smart utilities network to reduce heat and improve livability. Sohar and Salala are introducing circular economy practices in industrial zones, including waste recycling and energy efficiency program led by BIA. Across the country, retrofitting projects are adding district cooling systems and water-saving technologies to modernize infrastructure while preserving traditional design principles. These efforts demonstrated Oman's commitment to making its cities more resilient and sustainable, in line with the National Vision 2040 and global climate goals. Excellencies, the upcoming sessions is particularly significant as several important decisions guided international environmental action are expected to be adopted. We have conducted extensive consultation with the major groups, including local authorities, and fostered exchange between these groups with member states through the groups of friends and other formal and informal channels. In addition, for the Ministerial Declaration of UNEP 7, we have consulted major groups, including local authorities major group, throughout the process and are grateful for the inputs provided. Excellencies, we welcome occasions such as the summit and the major group and stakeholders forum on Sunday as an opportunity to exchange ideas and experiences with other levels of government and stakeholders. These interactions add real value to UNEP by bringing diverse perspectives and practical solutions that strengthen our collective ability to deliver on the Assembly's ambition. As we advance toward UNEP 7, we count on your valuable engagement to ensure that the Assembly delivers a constructive, unifying, and action-oriented outcome. Under Oman's presidency, our aim is to guide the Assembly toward balanced, practical, and forward-looking decisions that strengthen UNEP's role and promote effective implementation on the ground. I wish you a productive meeting today and look forward to hearing your report back at the UNEP plenary on Monday. Together, let us turn ambition into action and build a world where cities are not source of vulnerability, but pillars of sustainability. Thank you and have a nice meeting.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, Your Excellency, President of UNEP 7th Assembly. For us, it's really important to hear from you directly about the priorities of this UNEP, and really we're very excited to report on Monday back from today's deliberations. So now we are in Nairobi, and we are so pleased to work actually with you together within the many projects. We as UNEP, but also in the wider UNEP family, we are working with UN Habitat, with UNDP, with many other agencies. So Governor Johnson, Arthur Sakaya, it's my big pleasure to invite you to open this summit from your side.
Would you rather use this? Thank you very much. Our President of UNEP 7 and the President of the Environment Authority from the Sultanate of Oman. My #1 citizen in Nairobi, Ms. Inga Anderson. the Executive Director of UNEP, honorable ministers, mayors, distinguished delegates, friends and partners, Karibuni, Nairobi. I hope you're having a good time in Nairobi. I feel this morning we're all overdressed for a wellness center. I didn't know the meeting was at a spa, but we will enjoy it. On behalf of my government and the people of this city, I extend a very, very warm and sincere welcome to all of you. We are delighted to host you, we always are, and we hope you'll truly enjoy your stay. In Nairobi, you don't have to look very far to find something memorable, and it's not hard. And since it is December, let me add, please feel free to stay a little bit longer. It is Christmas season, the vibe is good, and if the archaeological evidence from Turkana is anything to go by, Kenya is everyone's original home. So no one leaves home during Christmas. So welcome home. Now, we meet in a city that has, over the decades, become the global capital for reflection on environmental matters. This is where UNEP made its home. This is where the Africa Union's Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change was, allow me, signed, sealed, and delivered, as Stevie Wonder sang. If you're doing climate policy or environment policy, Nairobi is very hard to escape. So once again, feel at home, you're in the right place for these discussions. I want to start with a small story. When I first studied physics, I learned, at least as a rule of thumb, that there is no action at a distance. Now, this is not fully true, but the mindset it instills is powerful. Look for local causes for local effects, and that is the first point that Inga made. That habit of mind is exactly why I'm pleased that our theme this year is global ambition, local action. Because in climate and environmental work, local is not the opposite of global. Local is how the global becomes real. Let me highlight what motivates me today. Number one, we all know the stakes are rising faster than ever. 2024 and 2025 have shown us what delay looks like. In the last year alone, nearly half of the world's population experienced extreme heat events. The global average temperature temporarily crossed over 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels for the first time. Cities from Dubai to Sao Paulo to Lagos faced devastating floods, while wildfires in Greece and Canada displaced millions. Air pollution now causes over 7 million premature deaths every year, according to the World Health Organization. These numbers are not abstract to us. They describe what Nairobi feels. Floods that disrupt our transport network, heat that affects productivity, and pollution that keeps children out of school. Action cannot wait. Delay invites disaster. Secondly, humanity is urban and becoming more so. More than half of the world's population live in towns and cities, and in just 27 years, 2/3 of all humanity will be urban. This means that if climate action isn't urban, it isn't action. If clean air and clean water aren't delivered locally, then they won't be delivered at all. Cities are where global goals either succeed or fail. And allow me to highlight and really to emphasize the point made by our executive director about the unique role of sub-national governments, whether it is towns, cities, counties like Nairobi, where you are. We who lead cities and regions have a special responsibility and a special advantage. National governments must balance very many interests. They have many veto points and long distances from local lived experience. Their decisions, understandably, may be slower and more complex. But cities, we are closer to the people, we can act faster, we can experiment more boldly. The world will not end if we get a pilot project wrong. We're nimble, you know. Most national governments are like a leviathan. It's very hard to turn and to get quick action. And that's why we must step up together. We've had these conversations for quite some time. And, you know, recently we even proposed with the African mayors that we should probably get our own, climate development bank for cities, because where these discussions are held, cities are never on the table. And I keep telling people, if you're not on the table, you're on the menu. We don't want to be on the menu. We must be on the table, and we must get access to that. So we need to be a bit radical as subnational governments, because as these discussions happen, we will never be prioritized as subnational governments. Yet that is where the brunt of climate effects are felt and where the populations are. So let's be a bit radical and let's be a bit bold. Now, what Nairobi is doing, practical, human scale, climate leadership. And let me share a few examples from here. Not as a claim of perfection, but as evidence that local action works. Just down the road from where you are, a few kilometers, you will see what we're doing, reducing food waste through cold storage, solar powered, at City Market. In partnership with C40, where I'm the Vice Chair for Africa, we installed modern cold rooms powered by solar to prevent the daily loss of produce. So farmers now earn more, traders waste less, and methane emissions decrease. Simple, effective, climate smart. Number two, we have now Nairobi's first comprehensive air quality data system with near real-time accessible to any parent, student, or policymaker. We're making pollution visible. And anyone can log into our website and see, the air quality monitoring. Our air quality action plan, 2025 to 2029, guides decisions on transport, on waste, on industrial zoning, and on public health. Clean air is not a slogan. It's a daily, data-driven commitment. Thirdly, building a resilient urban and adaptation plan. We're working with FSD Africa to prepare for floods before they wash away livelihoods, integrating climate risk into land use, drainage, heat management, and infrastructure design. Resilience isn't dramatic work. It is patient work, but it saves lives. One big challenge that we had in Nairobi over the years, and I'm sure in many urban areas in the global south, has been urban hunger. 1 out of 4 children were not going to school in this city 3 years ago before I became the governor. And we said, let us do something practical. Let us build green kitchens and get food to these children. Many thought it was impossible. But today, I'd like to tell you that we've built 17 central kitchens doing 20,000 meals each, and we're feeding 316,000 children every single day at 4 US cents. School attendance has gone up by 40%, and we're giving these children a chance. In the global south, all actions on climate must be practical. It must be seen. And you will have no traction if you don't talk about green jobs. Otherwise, for many of our citizens, they will see this as high-level discussions that do not affect us. Remember, most of our countries are not the polluters. And in many of our countries, the energy transition is from no energy to energy. And so unless we carry us along and we show the solution that exists in the global south, 60% of solar potential in the world, but less than, I think, 5% installed capacity, 60% of untouched farming, arable land that is fertile, carbon sinks. In Nairobi and in Kenya, we're 93% renewable energy. We are a solution, but we must translate it into green jobs, into practical action. That is how we carry our citizens along. Finally, an example is restoring the Nairobi River, and I really thank UNEP for your support. Restoring dignity. The Nairobi River is not just a waterway. It is part of our story as a city. Nairobi actually is named after the river. Nairobi means the place of cool waters in the local Maasai dialect. Cleaning it is not simply an environmental act. It is a social, economic, and a moral one. Working with national government, with the UNEP, with different community groups and partners, we are clearing pollution, restoring wetlands, upgrading settlements, enforcing riparian protection, and giving Nairobians back a river that they can recognize. When a river is clean, children play safely, families run businesses without contamination, communities breathe better, and dignity is restored. This is not a river project, it is a people project. So Inga, I cannot thank you enough together with UN Habitat and the entire family of the UN for that support. And creating green jobs, as I've said, across Nairobi, thousands of young men and women are earning dignified livelihoods through recycling and sorting, plastics recovery, composting, e-mobility services. I'm sure you've seen many bikes on your way here, and we're converting many of them into electric bicycles, emerging waste to energy value chains. Because when climate action creates jobs and puts food on the table, it becomes unstoppable. A green economy is not a future dream. It is happening now in our markets, in our neighborhoods, and in our riverbanks. So we must design nature-positive, low-carbon neighborhoods with support from the Global Environmental Facility, UNEP and UN Habitat. We're shaping communities where water is managed sustainably, energy use is efficient, water is recycled, mobility is clean and safe, and green spaces are part of everyday life. These are not futuristic examples. They are Nairobi's next normal. So of course, none of this has been easy, but when challenges come, I remember Wangari Maathai. Her courage, her steadiness, her refusal to accept that degradation is destiny. And many have asked, where is the statue or the monument of Wangari Maathai in Nairobi? Look around you. That is a monument. She saved this forest. She saved Karura Forest. And that is an eternal dedication to her work. May her spirit inspire all of us as we shape the future of our cities and our planet. Thank you. And once again, enjoy Nairobi. This is home.
Thank you so much, Mr. Governor. We really appreciate you bringing us to the very concrete local action. So this really was very inspiring, I think, for our meeting, really anchored our discussion today. So now, as we conclude this closing session, and knowing that as the President and as Executive Secretary have to really rush to the open CPR, we would like to invite everybody to a picture, to make a group picture, which will be done at the entrance of the Wellness Center on your right side, and then we'll come back and reconvene to the meeting. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, we would like to take your places, please, soon, because she's not coming back in. Yes, she's not. Okay. We would like to restart the Cities Region Summit. First of all, I would like to present very shortly the agenda. Actually, the agenda you also can scan on the walls. There are QR codes. So the agenda you can see on the QR codes, but you also have seen on your slides. So we are looking into the environmental governance topic this morning. We have the lunch with the presentations on the UNON construction of the new complex using sustainable materials. We are looking then into financial barriers session. And then we'll have the closing and preparation for the UNEP plenary session. So this will be the agenda, and we have quite many colleagues participating also online. So we will be also having a mirror board, which will be on the slides, and which also available to colleagues who are joining us on Zoom and also on YouTube channel. It will be possible to get this information. I would like to use this opportunity to thank all the partners who organize these meetings. And now, without more delays, I would like to give floor to the Ambassador of Azerbaijan, Mr. Sultan Hajiev, to make his first presentation in this high-level panel on the role of local regional governments in advancing solutions, and would like to use the opportunity to thank Azerbaijan for all the work with COP29 and upcoming World Urban Forum and World Environment Day. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. As I was coming here, I was thinking about rare, I should probably say unique positions that my country currently has in terms of issues related to urban planning and development, as well as governance, being linked to the environment issues as well as to the climate change. As you've just mentioned, Madam, we hosted COP29 last year, and we are very much looking forward to welcoming you all to Baku next May for the World Urban Forum. 17th, 22nd are the dates, but as if it's not enough, we will be also having the distinct honor of hosting the World Environment Day only a week later. So they usually mention triple planetary crisis. I should say this is a triple opportunity for all of us. So we are looking forward to engage effectively and efficiently. Quite a number of speakers who were talking in the morning, and let me apologize to those who will be talking after me, because I will have to leave immediately after my presentation. I have the honor, I usually add jokingly that it's for my sins, but I'm chairing the Committee of Permanent Representatives of UNEP, and we are a bit busy with our hands tied on the eve of UNEA, and I also have a meeting at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and you can keep many people waiting, but not your counterparts from the national MFA. So basically, it's been mentioned that it's important to act, that it's action time, and we believe this is something crucially important, both for this gathering as well as for international development system, for UN in general, because now it's action time, and it's now or never. I believe the life itself, and I'm not going to go into the reason, is dictating or is urging, commanding our discussions to migrate or transform into actions. This is something we're trying to embrace and apply for the forum next year. As you probably know, the motto or the key subject is housing the world, and it's safe and resilient cities and communities. And we want to make sure it's not just another phrase, but this is something of importance, something pertinent to each and every one of us, because it's about our daily business, it's about our convenience, it's about sustainability, and yes, it's about us protecting environment and empowering people, making sure that they can make decisions that can be implemented. So our approach is to talk about habitats beyond habits. We as a country have, we believe, quite a bit, and I will be a bit, how to say, not really very shy and modest at this point. We have quite a bit to offer. We refer to our experience, having regained its independence only 30 plus years ago. Azerbaijan started as fully donor-dependent country. Today, we are supporting and contributing actively to a number of programs and activities worldwide, including sizable amounts, and we're talking about dozens of millions of dollars that we provide at international assistance. And city planning, urban development is one of the key engines of economy, but it has not happened overnight. We have our trials and tribulations, and it took the political wisdom, the leadership, determination, as well as ability to utilize our resources efficiently to get where we are. Have we solved our problem? No, and we probably never will, just like any other country. But we think learning from the best, being constantly in touch with our counterparts, which we do also for our UN Habitat and UNEP colleagues, we can learn a lot, but we can also contribute quite a lot. I mean, if we're talking about local actions, I'm sure there is a lot in each and every country, and people here are in a much better position than me to talk about what it really takes to be efficient, what it really takes to make sure that there is this connection, what it really takes to empower both the people as well as manage many multiple issues that are coming your way on a rather regular basis. When it comes to something we totally must be talking about, because this is UNEP, which has started before the main assembly has opened, and I'm really sure that because even when putting forward our nomination for WOF 13, we've emphasized that intrinsic linkage, which is both there naturally as well as something that we need to draw as lines additionally. The interdependence, the fact that any successful urban planning and development is actually directly dependent and linked to ability to protect environment, and the other way around, environmental protection must be factored into any urban planning and development related issues. This is very much there. This is something that we're hearing in a number of interventions during the OECPR that is currently taking place. We're sure it will also be featured next week, and it goes without saying that it's something that we will be discussing in May next year in Baku, and also before and after, because WOF is just another episode, quite an important one, big one, and we will do our best for it to be as successful as it can be, because our approach is we either don't do things, or if we do it right, because you'll be the judges of how successful we will be, but it's a continuum. It's a process. It's very important to keep the torch and to take the conversation forward. There's quite a number of other things that are referred to Azerbaijan's efforts in these fields that I would have loved to mention. I would have loved to bring up the issue of the map, multi-option pathways toward sustainable future. I would like to talk about our role as co-chair of the open-ended group on adequate affordable housing. We're also a member of UN Habitat Executive Board. Unfortunately, or fortunately maybe, I'm not really sure, there are time constraints that will prevent me from doing so, but let me really congratulate the organizer on this very important event, and let me salute in particular as a practical feature. I'm pretty sure that given an overwhelming majority of the audience not really focusing on practical issues would not fly anyway. I thank you all. I wish you successful deliberations, and I'm looking forward to be seeing you both next week as well as next May. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Big thanks to the Ambassador to Azerbaijan. So now the next two presentations will be in French. So colleagues, if you need interpretation, you need to connect to Zoom with your headphones. I think you receive your instructions. And as we are preparing for the next presentation, I just would like to use this opportunity to thank the partners who actually organized this summit. So big thanks, of course, to UN Habitat, and Ravel Tutsi is here, to the Local 2030 Coalition, and we have also Jordi, who is the director of UNDP, who's one of the co-directors of the Local 2030 Coalition. So for us, it's very, very important. The local authorities major group is important force behind this summit. So both ICLE, but also UCLG, and the Global Cities Hub, of course. So all colleagues are here. So big thanks for them to support us in organization of the forum, because we really try to bring the mayors and the regional governments through all the networks to ensure that we have very good global representation and group consultation today. Also to thank the supporting partners, first of all, the Urban Shift program partners, C40 Cities, WRI, the GF, the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, the European Committee of the Regions, Global Covenant of Mayors, Regions for University of Pennsylvania, and SDCN, Global Commission for Urban SDG Finance, UNDP as an organization, UNDRR, and all the regional commissions, which is my former home, so very good to see the UN ECA here, and the World Health Organization. So big thanks for making it happening here in Nairobi, making sure that we have such a good representation, and this definitely will bring lots of innovation into the discussion today and result in very clear implementation projects on ground. With this, as I hope you have prepared for the next two presentations, it is my great pleasure to give floor to Mr. Birouk Mohamed Lemine Birouk, who is Vice President of Nouakchott region in Mauritania. Mr. Vice President, the floor is yours.
functioning. This is functioning. This has C'est bon?
Thank you, merci beaucoup. Excellences, Madame et Messieurs, c'est un honneur d'intervenir au nom de la région de Nouakchott, capitale sahélienne exposée aux impacts les plus directs du changement climatique, montée du niveau de la mer, inondations, chaleur extrême, érosion, urbanisation rapide. Chez nous, la triple crise climat, nature, pollution n'est pas abstraite. Elle affecte déjà les infrastructures, les services essentiels et la vie quotidienne. C'est pourquoi nous partageons pleinement la vision de ce site en région semi qui rappelle que les solutions globales ne doivent réelles que lorsqu'elles prennent racine dans les territoires. Face à ces défis, nous avons engagé une stratégie d'action cohérente, plan d'action d'énergie durable, climat actualisé, plan d'intégration des solutions fondées sur la nature, soutenu par le FFM, l'Union européenne, le FMDV et plusieurs partenaires. Schéma directeur de management et plan mobilité durable pour une urbanisation réalisante. Ces cadres font de Nouakchott un espace d'innovation où nous testons des approches intégrées liant climat, nature et services essentiels, parfaitement alignées avec l'esprit de l'UNEP 7 et de notre appel collectif à protéger les populations vulnérables, intégrer la justice environnementale et bâtir des solutions qui relient les écosystèmes aux besoins concrets des habitants. Nos avancées tiennent à une conviction forte, la coopération entre territoires et une puissance stratégique et opérationnelle majeure pour l'avenir de nos territoires. Avec plusieurs partenaires et nos villes et régions amies, nous avons renforcé, grâce à la coopération décentralisée Sud-Sud-Nord, une ingénierie locale durable. En tant que co-présidente de CGLI Afrique et vice-présidente du FMDV et de la AIMF, la région de Nouakchott diffuse cette expérience dans tous les continents au service d'un réseau de gouvernements locaux et régionaux engagés pour une transition juste, inclusive et territorialisée. La solidarité entre villes africaines renforce notre capacité collective à transformer les engagements mondiaux en actions concrètes nationales, en alignement avec les engagements de nos États respectifs. À ce propos, la Mauritanie a intégré la région de Nouakchott dans sa CDN 3.0, reconnaissant le rôle direct des collectivités dans l'adaptation et les trajectoires bas carbone. Cette reconnaissance reflète un changement structurel, institutionnaliser la gouvernance multiniveau pour relier engagements internationaux, stratégies nationaux et prioritaires et capacités d'agir locales. C'est exactement ce que la déclaration de la Global Task Force appelle à généraliser une coordination systématique entre tous les niveaux de gouvernement afin de traduire les accords environnementaux en résultats tangibles. Pour rendre cette gouvernance active, nous avons créé à notre niveau le Fonds régional d'adaptation au changement climatique, FRACC, destiné à financer la végétalisation, les infrastructures résilientes, l'accès à l'eau, les études préalables et le renforcement des capacités. Le projet tant de la collectivité que des communautés et groupes vulnérables de notre territoire. Ces fonds constituent la première brique d'une plateforme pays pour la localisation des financements climat, conforme aux recommandations internationales, ancrées dans la priorité nationale, capable d'attirer financements multilatéraux, bilatéraux, privés, structurants pour la planification territoriale et l'impact. Nous voulons désormais doter ce fonds d'une FinHub, une ingénierie financière territoriale capable de structurer les projets combinés, subventions, prêts garantis, financement privé et accompagner les collectivités dans des environnements essentiels complexes. Le renforcement des institutions financières joue un rôle d'intermédiation comme les banques nationales et infranationales de développement, les fonds nationaux et les dispositifs territoriaux, et ce titre est indispensable. C'est exactement le sens de nouvelles lignes directrices du Fonds vert pour le climat, c'est l'action climat pilote localement, qui ouvre une fois plus clair pour l'accès direct des collectivités au fonds, la planification intégrée et les mécanismes durables du financement local. Je souhaite terminer avec un point que nous paraît essentiel. Les villes et régions doivent se faire des market makers, des impliquer des marchés de la transformation de nos territoires pour structurer les marchés de la réalisance, développer le modèle économique de l'adaptation et de solutions fondées sur la nature, créer les conditions d'un investissement privé aligné avec l'intérêt général. Ce que les déclarations demandent aussi une réforme de l'architecture financière internationale, incluant accès direct, décentralisation fiscale, mécanismes de garantie et financement de long terme pour les collectivités. Excellences, chers amis, le UNEP 7 doit passer à un système fondé sur des engagements à un système fondé sur la capacité du court terme au structurel, du fragmenté au coordonné, du catalytique au systématique. Les territoires africains, Nouakchott en tête, sont prêts à co-construire cette nouvelle phase de l'action multilatérale avec des solutions ancrées dans les réalités locales, portées par les communautés et guidées par l'objectif résilience pour tous et tous. En cela, nous alignons parfaitement avec les déclarations d'Addis Ababa des leaders africains sur le changement climatique et l'appel à l'action qui reconnaît les besoins et devoirs d'accompagnement des territoires africains dans cette transformation intégrale de nos modes de consommation et de production, en toute solidarité entre les genres, les générations et les peuples. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Mr. Birouk, for this very important presentation, highlighting how important the regional governments are in addressing the climate change, but also the triple planetary crisis, and really looking into how we can promote resilience for all in this very difficult context also of the extreme heat. Thank you so much. So this was really the region perspective. So it's my big pleasure to give floor now to Mrs. Meritxell Budó, who is the mayor of La Garriga in Spain and the president of the Catalan Association of Municipalities in Spain. And Mrs. Budó will speak in English.
Thank you. Good morning, Excellencies, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to participate. It's an honor for me to participate in this opening session of the Cities and Regions Summit on behalf of the Catalan Association of Municipalities, the organization that brings together all local governments in Catalonia. In our association, we work to ensure that sustainability, resilience, and well-being reach every territory. This summit addresses a key reality. There can be no resilient planet without resilient local communities. Global transformation, climatic, environmental, and social can only be tackled if the administrations closest to citizens have the capacity, the resource, and the partnerships needed to act. Because resilience is not built through measure declarations. It is built every day in every municipality through every decision taken by mayors, technical teams, and public servants who work directly with the territory and listen to their people. Local governments are the level of administration close to citizens, and therefore the first to confront the impacts of climate emergencies like heat waves, droughts, floods, biodiversity loss, and rising social vulnerabilities. In this context, Catalan municipalities have been particularly proactive. Many have adopted ambitious climate plans, developed adaptation strategies, and deployed nature-based solutions to protect coastal and forest ecosystems. The local level has much to contribute to these global frameworks, and it is essential that this contribution be formally recognized. This proximity means that local solutions are realistic, applicable, and tailored to people's needs. For this reason, local governments must be considered essential actors in global climate governance. At the ACM, we strengthen this frontline role by providing guidance, technical support, legal assistance and training, enabling municipalities, especially the smallest ones, to access tools they could not deploy on their own. Great cities are global leaders, but the great challenge ahead is ensuring that no municipality is left behind. The real challenge is guaranteeing that small and medium-sized municipalities are also resilient to climate emergencies and can contribute to international agreements on energy transition, such as Paris Agreement at the 2030 Agenda. At the ACM, we work to ensure that all municipalities in Catalonia have equal opportunities through mechanisms such as joint procurement service. By purchasing goods and services collectively, municipalities benefit from lower prices and better service quality, but also for significant savings in time and administrative resource, especially essential for small and medium towns. This system brings municipalities closer to innovation and to energy transition. Many of the products offered are committed to more sustainable energy solutions like 10% renewable electricity supply, electric and hybrid vehicles, LED public lighting, photovoltaic installation for self-consumption, and electric vehicle charging. This joint procurement not only reduces cost, but also prevents territorial gaps, supports the energy transition, democratizes access, and ensures that all Catalan municipalities use green energy sources. Global events such as the UN Habitat Assembly, the Conference of Financing of Development, COP30, and now UNEP 7, all confirm that achieving global objectives require strong, well-resourced local governments. All this process shared a central idea. Global goals will only be achieved if the local level is placed at the heart of policies, funding, and governance. If we want cities and regions to accelerate the ecological transition, and if we want more resilient communities, we need adequate financial resource, capacity building and technical support, inclusive governance frameworks, and stronger alliance with national governments and international institutions, networks, and crucially, the United Nations system. Global governance organizations such as UCLG are essential to ensure local governments have real influence in global policy making. In this context, allow me to express an important concern shared by many European local governments. The recent financing proposal for the new multi-annual financial framework of the European Commission. As we have already stated in various European forums, this revision could lead to a significant reduction of resources allocated to cohesion policies, the green transition, and local investments, areas where municipalities rely heavily on European programs to implement resilient projects. The ACM strongly defends, first, the importance of decentralizing resources for the local level. When management is distanced from the territory, policies become more uniform, less sensitive to local realities, and often less efficient. Secondly, we defend the need for adequate local financing if we are to ensure planetary resilience. Reducing European support instruments for local governments would not only slow down the green transition, but also threaten territorial cohesion, equal opportunities, and the adaptive capacity of the most vulnerable communities. For the reason, we call for the revision of the MFF to maintain and reinforce financing for local governments and for European programs to explicitly recognize the central role of municipalities in achieving global climate and environmental objectives. I said it before, but allow me to repeat it. The local level must have real influence in global policy making. A resilient planet will not be built from the top down. It will be built from the territory upward, from empowered cities, committed communities, and strong local leadership. Our message today is clear. When local governments lead, global commitments become a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Mayor. That was really inspiring, and I think the topic of bringing especially small and mid-level municipalities are really very important. I think that's really for kind of food for thought for today's summit as well. How we can do that, you know, how we are creating this connection between the multi-level, you know, as part of the multilateral governance with these multilateral environmental agreements, which are being discussed basically next door here in the open CPR today, and also the UNEA next week. How we really connect what Azerbaijan was presenting at the national level, what Noshkot was presenting at the regional level, and actually bringing to the very local action on ground. So thank you so much. So colleagues, we're really looking for more inputs, and please, you know, please, we really want to hear like your concrete examples, as Mrs. Mayor right now presented right now from La Garriga and from the Association of the Catalan Municipalities, because we would like to make sure that whatever we do really ensures that we bring this connection from the multilateral environmental agreements down to the very concrete local action. I think that's really kind of the main, actually the main slogan of also of this Cities and Regions Summit. So with this, before we go for the break, and we're a bit late in our discussion today, so we would like to you to come back from the coffee break, which is served just outside here on the terrace. At 11:25 sharp, so we will start 11:25 sharp. I would like also right away give kind of a teaser to the next session that Mireia Talau will be moderating on the multilateral environmental agreements, and the tracker that will be presenting for the very first time here for the discussion and for the consultation, tracker of some national engagement in the multilateral environmental agreements. So really looking forward to hear your thoughts and your comments, because your comments will be taken on board in order to prepare this analytical report and shape recommendations. So thank you so much, and see you at 11:25 sharp back in this room. Thank you.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite everyone to sit? And colleagues outside, may I invite you to come in? So welcome back, everyone. My name is Mireille Atala. I head the Adaptation and Resilience team of UNEP within the Climate Change Division. And it's my great pleasure to be your moderator for today's session. We have two thematic sessions, as you've seen in the agenda. The first one will start with environmental governance, empowering local and regional governments to achieve the goals of the multilateral environmental agreements. I'm not going to repeat the statistics and information that were provided this morning by our very, very able speakers and the reasons why local and subnational governments and cities need to be involved in this agenda. However, what I will do is that, in a context where within multilateral environment agreements, whether it's the UNFCCC, the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, or the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, decisions are made by member states who are responsible for implementation and for negotiation. Nonetheless, we've heard multiple times that implementation and action are really at the core of the responsibility of cities and subnational governments. In the UNFCCC state, the local government and municipal authorities constituency is represented by ICLEI as its focal point since the very first COP, and has served as the voice of cities and regions. So we are very happy to have ICLEI as our partner here, but also to organize this summit ahead of the beginning of UNEA so that your voices can be carried forward to UNEA, as we have also heard by the UNEA president. What we will be doing during this session is that we will be hearing from David Dodman, sitting here on my left-hand side, who has supported us in taking stock of the local and regional government's engagement in terms of synergistic implementation of the 3 Rio Conventions. If we look at multilateral environmental agreements, there's a proliferation of instruments, report, plans, and tools that are needed to move forward on their implementation. However, we know that there is capacity constraint, financial constraints, and also there is quite a bit of loss when we take fragmented approaches and quite a bit of benefits when we take synergistic approaches. So after David introduces his report, which I have not yet been privy to either, because this is the first time we are doing a consultation. So it's the first time that we will be sharing some of the initial findings of this research. And we very much look forward to your, off-the-cuff and immediate feedback on this, but we will also be engaging you in the coming few weeks and months on further feedback and further fine-tuning on this report. Then we will have a panel. I will be joined by, I have lost 2 of my speakers due to the changes in flights and so on, but that gives us more opportunity for the panelists to go in depth, and then we will have a series of interventions from the room. So with that, David, please, over to you for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mireille, and good morning, everybody. I'm just waiting for some slides to appear as well. It's a real pleasure to be with you and to present this work on local and regional governments and their role in the multilateral environmental agreements. It feels particularly appropriate to do it here in this setting, in the dedicated Cities and Regions Summit that is really integrated with the UN Environmental Assembly. This is clearly a space that recognizes the centrality of actions at local, municipal and regional scale in achieving global sustainability goals which contribute to greater human well-being. And it's clearly not a new issue. The global multilateral system has emerged over the past century, and the centrality and local action has been central to this nearly since the beginning. and environmental agreements. Local Agenda 21, for example, has been fundamental in the creation, operation, and implementation of global environmental agreements. The issues here become even more important as the scale of urbanization continues to grow, and at a time when the significant action on global environmental concerns has never been greater. And in light of that, I'm speaking about a report which, as Mireille has said, sets out to explore what initiatives, entry points, mechanisms and stakeholders have led to the successful engagement of local and regional governments in multilateral environmental agreements, MEAs, as well as to identify the barriers and constraints that they've faced. We seek to understand how local and regional governments can engage further to support the goals and effectiveness of MEAs, while at the same time using these MEAs to generate additional benefits for local sustainability. And as Gulnara mentioned before the break, we set the stage for more careful consideration of this engagement, including working towards a tracker or set of indicators that can help to promote these integrated and effective approaches. So this is not a complete, can we go back a couple of slides, please? That's one, perfect. So it's not a completed report, and this presentation really is a key moment to socialize draft findings, to test ideas, and to seek feedback. It's a report that was commissioned by UNEP's Cities Unit to document successes and challenges, and it's been produced by myself and colleagues, including Lucas Snyder, who's standing over there, who work at the Institute for Housing and Urban Development Studies, IHS, which is an education and research unit in Erasmus University in Rotterdam, where we have long experience in assessing urban planning management and sustainability issues. So the assessment is based on an extensive review of academic and policy literature, but also more than 25 interviews, including several people who are in this room, have been conducted and analysed. So why is it important to focus on local and regional governments? Well, by their very nature, global sustainability challenges require global solutions moderated via multilateral agreements. But we believe that these will be much more successful and effective if they have a solid base in local needs and local action. And urban areas are ever more increasingly the home of humanity and the sites at which we need to act. The latest World Urbanization Prospects report, which just came out last month, really highlights that the world is even more urban than we previously thought. And it takes a much more sophisticated definition, thinking about cities, towns, and rural areas, highlighting 2/3 of all population growth by 2050 will be in cities. But it also shows that it's important to concentrate on all types of settlements. So we will have the number of megacities worldwide growing, but we will also have more people living in small and medium-sized cities than live in these megacities. So the basic premise of the report is that local action is critical to advancing global environmental goals. It's illustrated by many facts, including that 40% of strictly protected areas are within 50 kilometers of a city, or that over 70% of climate solutions lie within the jurisdiction of local and regional governments. And as Governor Johnson said, cities are where global agendas will either succeed or fail. So cities and regions are on the front line of these global challenges, and local and regional engagement in MEAs supports their goals and effectiveness while enhancing local sustainability. So we began with the main questions that we assess. And the first question is a description and assessment of the past. What initiatives, entry points, mechanisms, and stakeholders have led to successful engagement? And then we move on to propositions for the future. How can local and regional governments engage further to support the goals and effectiveness of multilateral environmental agreements? And then we move on to looking at the development of this tracking framework. How can a tracking or monitoring framework help to track contributions, and how can we use indicators not as an end in themselves, but to promote integrated and effective approaches? So we began with a chronology of the main moments, particularly in the 3 Rio conventions, the Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and the Convention to Combat Desertification. And we start this with the Rio Summit, the Earth Summit in 1992, and as Mireille already mentioned, the positioning of ICLE as the local and the LGMA focal point for the conventions in 1995. We do focus particularly on these 3 Rio conventions, but we also recognize that there's a wide range of other conventions and agreements where local and regional governments play essential roles, from the Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm Conventions on Waste, the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands, the Minamata Convention on Mercury, Sendai as a framework on disaster risk reduction, the Emerging Plastic Pollution Treaty. But what we try and do here as well is be mindful that city governments face a wide range of challenges and have limited resources to do this. So we're not implying that all local governments need to engage directly with all of these conventions, but rather to try and seek lessons on mechanisms and approaches that add value. So we look at the 3 Rio conventions in more detail, again, while looking beyond them as well. And for all of them, there are key moments at which local and regional governments have been recognized or are able to engage, and key elements in the decision text, which we've highlighted in the grey text below, and which formalize this. So under the UNFCCC, we can pick the Cancun Agreement that recognizes the need to engage a broad range of stakeholders at the global, regional, national, and local levels. Or from 2023 in Dubai at COP28, urging parties and non-party stakeholders to join efforts to accelerate delivery through inclusive, multi-level and cooperative action. In the Convention on Biological Diversity, we again see many moments, and perhaps a very strong statement at COP10 in 2010, which formally endorsed the Plan of Action on Subnational Governments, Cities and Other Local Authorities for Biodiversity, and makes a formal encouragement for parties to implement it. Or COP15 of the CBD that recognises the important role of subnational governments, cities and other local authorities in implementing the objectives of the Convention. And this is true as well for the Convention to Combat Desertification and the CCD, making statements like the convinced that diverse multi-stakeholder participation is critical to achieving the objectives of the CCD. So we come to our first conclusion, that greater receptiveness and support for LIGs within convention processes would facilitate their role as partners in achieving a more sustainable and equitable world. And we then move from description and analysis to identifying the enabling conditions and opportunities for more active and effective participation that will help to make this happen. We look at upstream access and institutional knowledge, formal status and recognition, finance and implementation capacity, and some cross-cutting issues. And we're not able, obviously, to go through all of these in detail in the time today, but what I've done is picked one specific example, the one that's highlighted in bold in each category, to go into in a little bit more detail. So in relation to upstream access and institutional knowledge, one of the key elements is increasing engagement throughout the annual cycles of the multilateral environmental agreements. So the people we spoke to, the experts we engaged with, underscored a clear need to move beyond just consultative status or simply implementation parties once decisions have been made, but wanted to highlight the need for more formal engagement of local and regional governments as stakeholders throughout the convention processes. And in this slide, clearer input from local and regional governments should be gathered through entry points and meetings that are available at various points in the cycles of formal negotiations, not only at the moments of the biennial or the annual COPs. So these entry points throughout the calendar year, preparatory meetings, regional climate weeks, other strategic intergovernmental events, can be used much more effectively for translating and communicating local needs to national government representatives. So city and subnational roundtables that are led by secretariats during climate weeks, such as those in Addis during the UNFCCC weeks in September this year, were really recognised as being significant for enabling direct dialogue between local and regional governments and parties that can embed and socialise the concerns of cities and subnational governments earlier on. And this really represents something of a tactical shift from focusing not only on the formal COP negotiation environments to engaging in spaces where cities can share lessons and results that demonstrate the importance of multi-level governance and local implementation. And this can help local governments to promote their instruments and demonstrate their value in a much more continuous manner. But at the same time, formal status and recognition does remain very important, and it's necessary to find ways for local and regional governments to retain and strengthen their formal channels for engagement. And it's been very clear from some of the comments earlier here today and from many of the interviews that the non-party observer status does limit the ability of local and regional governments to influence decisions. And that while there are various platforms, they often lack consistent mechanisms for inclusion or are not shaped in a way that responds to the particular policy-making or implementation capacities of local governments. And so having more structured spaces for engagement was really seen as an important enabling factor. And there are positive examples. The Plan of Action on Subnational Governments within the CBD is really highlighted as being significant here. Or if we think about the way in which the IPCC, which is mandated to provide the scientific basis for global policy, and is now working on the special report on climate change and cities, which will come out in 2027, really is a significant step. Or the way in which the latest round of NDCs, as highlighted in the UN Habitat report, really contains much more meaningful, so it shows how the NDC 3.0s contain much more meaningful reference to cities and subnational governments. The urban content of the NDC 3.0s has more than doubled since the last round. But there are major challenges, and others here in the discussion, I'm sure, will no doubt refer to the position that the LGMAs held going into COP30, aiming to initiate a formal work programme dedicated to furthering multi-level climate action in collaboration with local and other subnational governments. And I quote here the LGMA response to COP30 that says the outcomes related to this do still provide only limited and non-systematic integration of local and regional governments. Thirdly, and in relation to finance and implementation capacity, stronger multi-level governance can enable this. Because member states necessarily remain the gatekeepers of formal multilateral processes, and their willingness to include local and regional governments is really pivotal for effective implementation. So while terms like multi-level governance are increasingly appearing, there's a difference between the appearance of the term to its actual implementation and institutionalization. And this can be supported through national governments backing city diplomacy, through formal representation, formal frameworks, where there are certainly pathways like CHAMP for strengthening voluntary pathways for engagement, the need for formal inclusion and top-down support to complement these as well. So embedding multi-level governance is understood as holding the potential to unlock significant implementation power. So aligning global goals with local mandates for biodiversity conservation, risk reduction, climate change mitigation can strengthen the policy coherence, but will also enable resources to flow where they are most needed. And conversely, though, integrating local climate action into NDCs has helped to give cities and local governments strategic visibility. This is still an ongoing effort and is exemplified by the outcomes of the Belém COP, where even in a context where there was highly supportive presidency for local and other subnational governments, the headline commitments ended up remaining insufficient. The final point I'd like to highlight in this section, in the cross-cutting issues, is the need to ensure inclusion and equity with regards to priorities within cities. And this really stood up both by the presentation from the president of the Catalan Association of Municipalities and by what the governor of Nairobi said about them cities and local governments having a very unique role by being very close to citizens and being significant here in making sure that the issues which are brought up at the global sustainability and environmental processes respond to the climate justice needs, the poverty reduction needs as stressed by the Executive Director in her opening comments. So aligning multilateral objectives with local agendas fosters ownership and relevance, while leveraging the nuanced expertise of local and regional governments, who have the detailed knowledge of specific contexts, which ensures appropriate responses. And this can work in both directions, because cities can use these agreements to legitimize local action and to play a critical role in engaging citizens and advancing climate justice, which is also essential for the success of a global environmental agenda. So when local and regional governments engage in MEA processes, it's important that they continue to carry their mandate for representing citizens, particularly in relation to the representation and inclusion of the needs of vulnerable groups, including residents of low-income and informal settlements. So in beginning to conclude, what we've tried to do is consolidate and unpack specific actions for specific actors. And we've tried to pick what can be done both by local and regional governments, by national governments, and within the formal MEA process with their secretariats. And again, I'll just pick out a few to highlight. So by strength and network coordination, we propose that it's important to have efforts to reduce fragmentation among local and regional government networks through further joint advocacy platforms and harmonized agendas. We also think it's important that these networks can help to demonstrate policy alignment, to show how global targets can be embedded in local laws and plans, and to showcase how implementation can be done effectively in dedicated MEA frameworks and processes. For national governments, and again, these were words that were echoed by the Executive Director earlier this morning, it's important for national governments to embed multi-level governance in the way that they engage with the multilateral processes. And this can include institutionalizing collaboration with local and regional governments, both within national delegations and as independent voices for other local governments, while integrating urban and local priorities in decisions, planning, and reporting cycles. And this can be effectively supported through the creation of structural dialogue channels, for example, by establishing permanent advisory boards or steering committees that can formalize consultations between advisors and local and regional governments. Following directly then from this earlier point, there does remain significant space for the agreements themselves to formalize engagement mechanisms, whether through expanding and standardizing accreditation, developing dedicated work programs for multi-level action, or promoting specific action plans for subnational and city governments. And while we have not wanted to place undue priority on the financial dimensions, the expansion of direct funding channels for local and regional governments will also be vital. And we also talk about the characteristics that these will need to have, being accessible, predictable, and tailored to varying local capacities. As mentioned at the outset, this remains a work in progress. We're planning online regional consultation workshops to share the findings. We'll be working further to develop the mechanism to track the ongoing engagement of local and regional governments in MEAs, looking at issues of recognition, engagement, implementation, financing, and strategic influence. And in the meantime, we welcome comments and feedback, and the information for that was on the screen. We'd be very happy to hold further interviews. Lucas and I will be in the exhibition space at lunchtime, and we're also very happy to be contacted by the information on the slide. So thank you very much for your time and attention, and I look forward to learning and understanding much more throughout the remainder of today's summit. Thank you.
David, thank you very much. You know, in this time and age of very short attention time spans, I haven't seen anyone hold their phone, look at their emails. So well done on this, keeping the attention and the focus over 20 minutes of very, very substantive presentation. And so as mentioned already several times, this is work in progress, and we do want your inputs and your reflections on that. We expect that this will become a standing agenda item of our Cities Summit ahead of UNEA, and that we will have recurring consultations on the same. Those of you who were here last year will remember that we also had worked with UPenn. Prof. Jeannie Birch is here with us on the State of Finance for Nature in Cities report, where quite a bit of the finance aspects in terms of access, availability, and adequacy for action at the cities level was highlighted. So we hope that, one after the other, those reports will help make the case and advocate for stronger cities involvement and subnational government involvement in those processes. It's also a challenge that national governments face, the synergistic implementation, because there is that fragmentation in the decision-making space that translates into that level. So we also think that working and identifying some of the levers at subnational level and city level will also contribute to national governments addressing some of these issues. And with this, it's my great pleasure to start with my first panelist. Mr. Pedro Mariano Martins Pontes is the General Coordinator for Bilateral Plurilateral Cooperation at the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change in Brazil. And I will have a question for you that is more looking at the domestic level, even though one of my comments is that on your slide of chronology in the UNFCCC process, we do need to act at COP30 and the multi-level governance Mutirão. We've seen a lot happen in the action agenda, maybe a bit less in the negotiations agenda in terms of formal engagement. But Brazil at a national level is one of the few countries, and again, this happens differently in different countries. Brazil is one of the few countries that has really dedicated space beyond consultation with cities, states, and national governments for shaping your NDC from the onset, but also for delivering it. Can you comment a little bit on this and let us know what were the drivers and how you've gone about it?
Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And first of all, I'd like to thank UNEP for the invitation. We have just concluded a very intense and, on our view, very successful COP. We may choose to look at the glass half empty and see that the mitigation and adaptation commitments were not enough to live up to the crisis that we are facing. But we may also look at it half full, or maybe even 3/4 full, that not in the formal agenda we've delivered, we've managed to get consensus not only on important decisions for indicators on adaptation, gender and climate, finance, mobilization. There were a lot of very important decisions on the Mutirão decision, even bringing topics that were very sensitive and controversial, such as trade and climate, into the fold. So it was successful in that manner, but also in the action agenda, where we had many events, pledges, and really reflecting the GST and focusing on the implementation of the commitments we made at COP28. And where cities and local states played a major role, harnessing their hands-on, on-the-ground experience for mobilizing action and driving implementation. While nations worldwide are preparing to implement a new decade of climate action through revised NDCs against the backdrop of worsening impacts, climate impacts and challenging geopolitics, strong and cooperative action is essential, and partnerships across all levels of government can reinforce multilateralism, foster more ambitious and effective climate strategies, and accelerate implementation. So in our view, cities and states and regions are already reshaping the future and addressing climate crisis, offering bold leadership, fresh thinking, and a new model for action. When governments focus on multi-level partnerships, they can achieve true transformation for not only climate, but also people and nature. Urban areas, therefore, present a major opportunity for raising ambition and delivering on mitigation and adaptation plans. And they offer new and innovative solutions for many of our problems. For instance, BRT was first developed by the Brazilian city of Curitiba and became a model for cities worldwide. And I'm happy that we will later on hear more from the Brazilian city of Maringá and also tapping on their experience. But now coming to the national topic and the focus of your question, to make subnational actors, to make sure that they are empowered and integrated into the implementation of our commitments, Brazil redefined climate federalism by making subnational governments central to both not only the development of our NDC, but also how we are implementing our NDC and as well as our national adaptation plans. States and municipalities were engaged as partners in shaping climate pathways, from co-developing mitigation and adaptation strategies to accessing finance for local projects. The environmental authorities from state governments and cities were involved in the elaboration of our national climate plan, which is how we intend to implement our NDC and achieve our goals, our reduction emission goals, which offering the blueprint for achieving our NDC, as well as in the development of our national adaptation plan. But I must say that this trust in the role of cities and regions is also reflected in our external relations. We have just signed an MOU with the state of California back in the New York Climate Week in September, covering a number of topics and picking up on their experience, for instance, in carbon markets, ETS, waste management, and several other topics. So to conclude, Brazil believes that by having subnational governments as true partners and tapping on their experience and capacity, will by doing so, we will be therefore on firmer ground to achieve the results that we need. Thank you.
Pedro, thank you very much. I will come back to you with a question. You can think about it already now. Does size matter? Size of the country, size of the cities, does it matter? And how does that influence how decisions are made? But you've made a very good segue to my next panelist. Megan Hertel is Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat of the California Natural Resource Agency. Megan, the question to you is that really California, as was already mentioned, not only on climate but also on nature and biodiversity, has some quite advanced and ambitious strategies. Can you comment a little bit on this? Tell us what was driving the decision of the state of California, and how you've gone about, in particular, garnering citizen support for that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I just wanted to start by saying it's been about 3 decades since I was last in Kenya. I was an 18-year-old, and my mom sent me a brochure about studying abroad, and I picked the place furthest away from Florida that I could pick, and it was Kenya. And I have to say it was instrumental in influencing my inspiration to work in biodiversity for my career. And I tell this story because it's part of why we're all here, right? It comes down to people. And where are the people? They're local. And so the work that we do to advance the things we care about really is about inspiring people to take action. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to speak with you all. California has indeed set some very ambitious climate, biodiversity, and other objectives. And we have worked hard to align those with international MEAs. And part of the reason we do that is because California, to your question, does size matter, is quite large. 40 million people, about 40 million hectares, but we also have a saying in California, which is all land use is local. And so even though we are quite a large state, we recognize that what is happening on the ground is being driven not only by the international agreements, our national government, our state government, but by our cities and our regional governments. And so we've done a few things that we think are very important for helping align and drive the international objectives at a subnational and regional goal, or a regional level. The first one is really focus on implementation. So we've worked hard to make sure that we have set policies and legislations that reinforce some of the MEAs. So for instance, Governor Newsom in 2020 passed an executive order establishing a commitment for California to achieve 30 by 30. We're quite proud of that. That's Target 3 under the Global Biodiversity Framework. We were the first state in the United States to actually pass that. I think we actually beat the CBD in passing a commitment to 30 by 30, not that it's a competition. But we continue to maintain that objective despite the fact that the federal government in the United States has rescinded its own commitment to 30 by 30. So this is another point that I wanted to say is The leadership of cities, regions, and subnationals on these international goals can continue to drive progress even when we see political changes at a federal or national level, as you are in the United States. A second thing I wanted to mention is really when we think about how we're doing this at a subnational level, ways that we've seen success is really engaging the community. And that is going out and doing public process, hearing from people, what does this mean for them? How do these translate to their day-to-day lives? And ensuring that we're providing adequate participation and representation for our Indigenous partners. This is something that's incredibly important in California and throughout much of America, making sure that our Indigenous communities have a voice and have funding to help us steward the lands we have going forward. The third piece I wanted to mention under driving implementation is that it is critical for us to show why this matters to local people. We use lots of framework language here, lots of jargon, but when it comes down to the day-to-day, we need to explain why protecting biodiversity, achieving climate objectives matters for jobs, it matters for people's health, and it matters for their quality of lives. And I think that is something that we can do very well at a subnational and a local level. We can take these ambitious, lofty goals that are being set here and really make them real. Two other quick points I wanted to make that California sees as important for achieving these MEAs at a subnational level is this cooperation. So thank you for bringing up our MOU with Brazil. California is also very excited to co-lead the High Ambition Coalition Subnational Task Force. This is an open invitation to all of you to join this coalition. We meet regularly and we share what's working, what's not working. What can we learn from each other? A great example of this is Canada and Quebec and the provinces have an incredible Indigenous Guardians program where they are returning the management of land to the original stewards that have been there since time immemorial. California is working to learn from that. So these coalitions really offer an opportunity for us to be able to share. We have a recently executed MOU with Kenya, which we are excited to build on. So I would encourage all of us to keep doing that. The final piece I wanted to bring up here is just that I see our roles as an opportunity to push upward, to break the log jams that we see in some of these international conversations. We can show where it's working, what it means on the ground, and really take this opportunity to transparently communicate what success looks like and where we need more help.
Wonderful, Megan. Thank you very much. And I will also come back to you because at the break we were discussing precisely what you were saying, how standard setting can influence a whole market, and maybe we can get back to that in the next round. And now I would like to turn to Ms. Rebecca Shirley from WRI, World Resource Institute, one of our most fervent partners in our city's agenda and urban agenda on the environment. And to you, so we've heard from Pedro at the national level, we've heard from Megan at the subnational level, and we would like to hear from you from a NGO global perspective. That is, you're also very much involved in research as well. So to you, the question is, how can we utilize multi-level governance to translate global ambition into local impacts? We've heard land use is all local, impacts are local, solutions are local. And one of the initiatives that you host, the Coalition of High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships, CHAMP, aims to strengthen these governance mechanisms. Can you tell us a little bit more about it, particularly what we can take from this room, in this room, from CHAMP?
Absolutely, and I think it's a really fitting segue from the two previous speakers, because as we've been hearing, and even as we heard this morning, at the heart of the massive transformation that we know our globe needs at this particular moment sits a very unique set of players, the subnational actors. Yet, as we're also hearing throughout the course of the day, even though accounting for 70% of global emissions, 80% of global energy use, 60% of residential water use, and and, as David mentioned, 60% of climate solutions, these very leaders of cities and subnational jurisdictions more broadly have historically been left on the sidelines of the climate negotiations, locked out of accelerating progress both structurally and financially. But the good news is that progress is underway, and already hundreds of counties, regions, and cities across the globe are already leading and achieving their climate goals together with their respective national governments through multi-level partnerships. In fact, the UN Habitat's very recent analysis of about 70 nationally determined contributions, the NDC-3s, shows significant progress in this area. The report finds that 64% of NDCs now reference multi-level governance, and the number of NDCs that include dedicated sections on urban governance and identify these as priority sectors for action has doubled from the second generation to the third generation. That's huge progress because it demonstrates a reflected and growing recognition that achieving climate goals at the national level does mean meaningful collaboration across all levels of government, as we've been saying all morning. However, across those 67 NDCs, NDC3s that were analyzed, two things. One, urban finance emerged as one of the most frequently cited enablers of implementation, yet at the extract level, finance and funding account for a very small share of detailed implementation measures. So that basically is suggesting that while urban and subnational finance considerations are widely acknowledged, they're not yet consistently embedded within national systems of delivering that finance. This is particularly relevant as the world becomes more urban, as David said, and it's particularly relevant here in Africa where we're sitting. Our own latest research at WRI on nature-based initiatives finds that of all of the nature-based solutions initiatives being funded on the continent today, only 15% of those are being funded in urban contexts. 15, not 50, 15%. This is really problematic because we know that in 25 years' time, in 2050, when the world is 3 degrees warmer, we know that 2/3 of the world will be living in cities. Most of those will be in African cities, and it is these African cities that are now being built, yet they're being built without nature incorporated and integrated. So this is really, really important. So there's progress on recognition, but much more to do on structural implementation and direct support to local actors. And this is where CHAMP comes in, which was mentioned before, the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships. And it has brought much needed structure to the collective effort to unlock the climate action potential of cities and subnational jurisdictions. It's based on the principle that when city and regional governments are included and incorporated and elevated in high-level climate action plans, not only are their needs more likely to be incorporated and financed, but progress accelerates at a faster pace. So by uniting 78 endorsers being countries or unions like the European Union, to date in a pledge that includes subnational governments in NDC development and implementation, CHAMP is actually starting to lay out in a voluntary way a structured process for integrating finance and delivering more ambitious, inclusive action at the local level. It was launched 2 years ago at COP28 in Dubai, and since then, WRI has been supporting 4 of those endorsers or 4 of those countries in implementing subnational representation. We're working in Kenya, Rwanda, Colombia, Ethiopia. And so to answer the question directly of what the role of these types of platforms can be, what we're seeing firsthand is that even a voluntary collaborative effort towards inclusivity and more participatory engagement of local actors is having a much demonstrated impact. I'll just give one example because I know we're short on time. But here in Kenya, for instance, we've worked with a number of organizations, the Financing Locally Led Climate Action FLOCA program, some of you may know about. We've worked with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, and the Climate Change Directorate to host a series of meetings on climate change with climate change directors from all 47 counties here in Kenya to align on how best to integrate county-level priorities into the NDC process that Kenya just completed. So as David said, moving beyond consultation to more structured dialogue channels. And that really influenced the NDC 3, which Kenya just submitted in May. It meant that the strategy prioritized the building of technical capacities at the county level. There was a range of specific actions to be delivered through multi-level collaboration. And of course, one other notable outcome was the identification of key priorities that may not have been recognized otherwise. One of those is transportation, a major priority at the local level and at the urban level. And it was on the basis of this being included in the NDC that we were then able to develop a 2- and 3-wheeler electrification program right here in Nairobi County with the city. Similarly for Ethiopia and Rwanda and the other countries that we've worked in. So I'll pause it there, but basically just to say that obviously there's much more to do on structured implementation, as we've heard, but already through a platform like CHAMP, which is just a progressive group of first movers, we can see voluntarily that ensuring local voices and needs are included at the outset really does demonstrate tangible and transformative outcomes for local and national level partnership. I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rebecca, as I go back to Pedro and Megan for my very quick, short questions, can you also reflect on the fragmentation of partnerships? So there's CHAMP, we heard from Megan on the High Level Ambition Coalition. There are other coalitions as well. Can you reflect on this in your next round in a very short answer? And so Pedro, back to you. Does size matter in how we arrange our multi-level governance and how we go about it?
Okay, thank you very much for this thought-provoking question. I believe to some extent, yes. Speaking again on the example we've raised on the Bus Rapid Transit, BRT, it was first developed in the Brazilian city of Curitiba, which is a mid-sized city. It was picked up as a great example of the rest of the country, and then it could easily become a model for cities elsewhere. But at the same time, and we have within Brazil several other examples of great solutions that started in smaller or mid-sized cities, in payment for ecosystem services as well, schemes. We have Bolsa Verde nationally that started as a local program in a particular city. But of course, receiving federal support is fundamental for gaining scale and becoming and helping bridge and overcoming the barriers and supporting this multilateral, multi-level governance. But at the same time, there are also great urban solutions coming from cities in mid-sized countries, such as, for instance, Medellin, Colombia, that also stand out. So my take is that size helps, good ideas gain scale, and federal support is, of course, key for that. But there are also many good examples coming from cities that manage that stand out, even coming from outside G20 countries. And I think that it's very important initiatives like this and forum like this to help us have our eyes open to all of the good information that can be brought and can be tapped into nationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pedro. And now, Megan, on standard setting, how does it influence markets?
So on standard setting, the conversation we were having at the break I thought was excellent and would love to follow up on it. And it is, how do you continue to make progress when you see national objectives being rolled back? And one of the things we were talking about is when you set standards and show that they are working for people and for the economy, the rest of the country can continue to proceed to adopt those, even though you will not have the national support backing those. A great example of this is our commitment in California on low emissions vehicles and going to zero emissions vehicles. We've been investing both in the vehicles and the infrastructure to support that. So even as we see federal targets being rolled back, California has so much manufacturing and car buying power that we expect that the rest of the United States will follow suit because we're showing that it's working. And so if you can invest in these standards and show that they're functional for people on the ground, you can continue to advance them even when you begin to lose some of that top-down support.
Thanks a lot, Megan, on that. And then lastly, Rebecca, on the fragmentation of partnerships.
It's a very good question because I think you're right that the number of different platforms that are out there are not necessarily connected. It's because these are obviously voluntary, progressive groups of countries and subnational actors sort of acting as first movers. But the solution, I think, lies in the recommendations of the IHS report, which are more structured channels for dialogue. So I imagine that key fora like the Mayors Forum, for instance, will become more and more important from an international climate negotiations perspective. But at the local level, once you get to the country level, the major thing is finance. I think finance is obviously the key driver for coordinated action. And what we're starting to see now in some countries is the development of what we're calling country platforms. Some of you who are at the COP may have seen a number of these launched at the COP. And these country platforms serve as sort of integrated ways of delivering finance to climate action plans that are directly integrated into local development plans, from the national level all the way down to the subnational level. And to the extent that we can really rally behind these as the platform for directing finance, climate finance, mitigation finance, adaptation finance, to the country and then dispersing down to the subnational level, we will solve that challenge of fragmentation.
Follow the money then.
Exactly.
Right. Thank you very much to my panelists. A big round of applause, please. And just to say, it's not because you were in a panel that you're not allowed to speak in the next session as well, to intervene. For those of you who do not know, we have actually around 200 participants that are with us online. And as I open for interventions from the floor, we also have a request. Elsa, let me know if I can start with online. Can I start with, okay, so we have a request from Miro, who's online for a quick intervention. No? Yes.
Just to say that we have a Miro board online for online participants to contribute to the discussion.
I
Sorry,
misunderstood.
my notes are not well written.
Okay, no worries. So we have a Miro board online. Yeah, I should have guessed that. But at the same time, so we have pre-requests from the city of Paris, Monsieur Benoit Erzbrun, a request from Mr. Joaquim Alberto Buitago Romero from Barranquilla, which I had the pleasure to visit, and from Mr. Guillaume Gilbert Rubio from the European Environmental Economics and Policy student, and as well as, I think here on my right-hand side, the mayor of Overstrand, Mr. Archie Klaas. So I will take you in turn, but also please may I request from the room, raise your flags if you would wish to do an intervention. I will have someone in the room help me gather the names because my eyesight is not that good. So, maybe to start us off, we'll head to South Africa. Over to you, Archie.
Let me come closer to it. Thank you so much. For me, this is one of those out of the body experience, really to stand here. I remember it was in 2018 when the UN recognized me for some of the contribution that I've made. Moderator, please allow me to stand on the protocol that the Executive Director have already done. In the spirit of Ubuntu, a South African expression that recognizes that for me to sustainably be, I must help you to be. Please receive the well greetings from Overstrand Municipality in the Republic of South Africa. Overstrand, to those who do not know, Overstrand is in the province of Western Cape, which is just next to the city of Cape Town. If you look at those Overberg Mountains there, as you go down, that's where Overstrand is. For us, it's a municipality that is squeezed in, and literally squeezed in between the mountain and the sea. So for us, as a municipality, environment is what we are, and environment is us, so it's of exceptional importance. The Overstrand municipality support the multilateral environmental agreement. And I must say that Overstrand does not necessarily sign or ratify treaties, but support the implementation to protect the environment and promote sustainable development. And let me mention some of the few treaties where we've got specific projects that we are running on them. The Convention on Biological Diversity, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the United Nations Convention on Combat Desertification, the Ramsar Convention on Wetland, Convention on International Trade and Endangered Species, Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutant. I must say that, in conclusion, on my part, moderator, it is important for us to be here as a municipality, as we are one of the 14 pilot cities under the Generation Restoration Initiative, which is funded and supported by ICLEI and UNEP, a public-private partnership project to restore and rehabilitate the Onres River ecosystem from catchment to the coast. And I think this part is extremely important because this is one of those catalytic projects that ensures that we manage the whole ecosystem directly from the mountain right through until it gets to the sea. And specifically for us, the peat wetlands also observe and store enormous amount of carbon, contributing to the healthy champagne air, which is loved by many in the Overstrand area. I must say that recently, our waste management team and Overstrand community were recognized for the hard work that we're doing when we were ranked #1 in the Western Cape province on waste management recognition program. Myself, as an executive mayor, every Wednesday I don't look like this. I go to work in overalls because I call on all the communities that we go around and we clean. So everybody in my communities, even although I was not in Hermanas on Wednesday, I got a lot of emails on people who are moving around and ensuring that the environment is clean. I must say lastly when I conclude, we are currently revamping the Hermanas CBD and making sure that pedestrians move around and everything. It's a complete redesign after the study program we had in Denmark. I am truly excited about it. Even myself, I'm starting to learn to cycle and to run and do other things because I can't say to people they must use car less and use car more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and it's our great pleasure to be your partners and to see really also allowed to share to the world what the municipality of Overstrand has been doing through the Generation Restoration Project. What we've seen is that, and I think we've heard it a little bit, and we will hear it from Benoit, I'm sure, is that that knowledge sharing is not vertical from the north to the south, but it's horizontal, and it also goes from the south up to the north. So Benoit, now over to you, please.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler français. Je vous laisse peut-être une seconde pour mettre vos écouteurs. Merci beaucoup. C'est un honneur pour moi de parler ce matin ici dans cette enceinte. Merci à la ville, évidemment, de Nairobi, au Kenya, à UNEP et tous les partenaires autour de la table. Et merci pour tous ces discours inspirant et on voit une table passionnée par ces sujets. J'aimerais juste commencer par dire que j'ai le sentiment qu'on est tous conscients qu'on fait face à un paradoxe, qui est que le multilatéralisme fait face à une crise majeure, que les financements concrets pour les villes notamment baissent, et qu'en même temps, on est tous conscients que l'urgence climatique et environnementale n'a jamais été aussi grave. Et donc, dans ce contexte-là, je pense que le cœur de notre action, ça doit être l'efficacité. Et l'efficacité, j'ai l'impression aussi qu'on en est tous conscients ici, c'est le niveau local. Parce que c'est le niveau local où on est les premiers affectés, et c'est le niveau local où on met en œuvre, très concrètement, l'action. Sous le contrôle de mon collègue du C40, je crois que 3/4 des villes du C40, donc de ce réseau, réduisent leurs émissions par habitant de façon plus rapide que leurs États. Donc on voit bien que ces villes sont plus efficaces. À Paris, on a célébré cette année les 10 ans donc, de l'accord de Paris. Et ce n'est pas un hasard si on accueille à Paris UNEP Cities. Et on est très content de vous accueillir, bien évidemment, et on travaille très étroitement avec vous et avec l'équipe qui est formidable. J'aimerais donc juste vous donner quelques exemples d'actions à Paris, d'actions locales. La première, c'est la végétalisation de la ville. Donc, plus de 130 000 arbres ont été plantés pour lutter notamment contre les îlots de chaleur. La directrice exécutive parlait de l'importance de la nature. Par exemple, sur les enjeux de chaleur, on a pu voir que ces arbres pouvaient baisser jusqu'à 4 degrés Celsius la température, notamment dans les pics de chaleur. On a transformé évidemment les mobilités vers des modes plus doux. Il y a eu plus de 1000 km d'aménagement de pistes cyclables. Monsieur le maire, merci pour votre propos. Je pense que toute la ville de Paris aussi va au travail à vélo. Mon troisième point, c'est sur la rénovation énergétique des logements sociaux. Depuis 2022, plus de 5000 logements sociaux ont été rénovés. Et on travaille avec l'Union européenne pour essayer d'avoir des financements. Voilà, la qualité de l'air aussi, on a réduit de moitié la pollution de l'air en une dizaine d'années. Donc tous ces exemples montrent aussi que l'action locale peut évidemment être extrêmement efficace. Dernier point, je voulais juste dire qu'évidemment le chemin reste long et pareil, je pense qu'on partage les enjeux d'abord de financement, bien sûr. Le gouverneur de Nairobi a parlé d'une banque des villes. Mes collègues espagnols ont parlé des enjeux de discussion du cadre financier pluriannuel de l'Union européenne. Il y a aussi l'enjeu normatif. Les villes n'ont pas toujours la capacité normative pour prendre les décisions au niveau local, par exemple sur le logement. Et enfin, sur la gouvernance, merci pour vos propos sur l'initiative CHEMP. On est très impliqués sur cette initiative. Ça permet de faire le lien entre le niveau national et le niveau local, et on pense qu'en effet, c'est un bon exemple. En tout cas, on est là pour apprendre et travailler ensemble sur ces enjeux. Merci encore.
Merci infiniment, Benoît. I don't know if the translation was working because I would have expected our mayor of Overstrand to pick up on the joke on the biking, right? Okay, great. And now I would like to turn to Joaquim Alberto Butargo Romero from the city of Barranquilla, coastal city in Colombia. Over to you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Well, on behalf of our mayor, Alejandro Char, and our city manager, Ana Maria Aljure, we would like to thank the United Nations for the opportunity to share experiences and strengthen our collective action and reaffirm our commitment to international environmental agreements. First, I would like to highlight the importance of this panel theme: global action, global ambition, local action. As leaders in environmental management, we are called to transform global commitments into concrete action that address climate change, halt biodiversity loss, and reduce pollution. Barranquilla is a Colombian city located in the Caribbean with ecosystems such as tropical dry forest and mangroves. Our privileged location inspired us to drive transformation that restore natural spaces and to promote a harmonious coexistence between urban life and nature and its inhabitants. One of our most emblematic projects has been the restoration of the Mallorquin swamp. It's a model of ecological and social revival. This wetland was declared a Ramsar site. It hosts 4 of Colombia's 5 mangrove species and more than 177 bird species. For decades, it suffered severe degradation due to improper waste disposal, informal settlements, and contamination that projected a 50% loss of mangrove cover by 2040. The project was named Ecoparque Ciénaga de Mallorquín, with 175 acres of green infrastructure and ecotourism, including the restoration of Puerto Mocho Beach with lightweight and biodegradable infrastructure. We have restored the ecosystem using nature-based solutions by planting 142,000 mangrove trees and treating water with microalgae. With this project, we have restored mangrove that capture more than 2,800 tons of CO2 annually, while maintaining coastal protection against erosion and extreme wave events, and contributing to the recovery of habitat for key species. The project has generated significant social impact by creating 1,130 jobs, prioritizing migrants and single mothers, training 110 residents as tourist guides, and integrating 209 traditional service providers to ensure their prosperity alongside environmental recovery. Additionally, we have empowered 22 fishermen's associations through new facilities. Today, the Mallorquin swamp stands as a symbol of ecological and social rebirth and has attracted more than 600,000 visitors, demonstrating that nature can be the engine of urban and social development. And it is an example of our commitment to fulfilling the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Another major project is Todos al Parque, which has turned Barranquilla into a city of green, inclusive, and participatory spaces. We recovered 326 public spaces in the city. We increased from less than 1 to more than 3 square meters of effective public space per inhabitant. Besides, more than 2 million of green areas have been restored, improving ecological infrastructure and reconnecting the city with nature. Today, over than 250,000 trees have been planted in public spaces. However, one of our current challenges is the restoration of the Arroyo León, a highly contaminated urban body crossing densely populated areas. With UNEP's support, we want to recover it by renaturalizing its core, restoring its ecological connectivity, and transforming it into a public space and corridor of sustainable urban development. This approach holds great potential for replication in many intermediate cities across Latin America, which is why we need the support of multilateral cooperation. Barranquilla demonstrates that nature is not a limit to sustainable development. With an investment of approximately $380 million in ecological restoration, green space rehabilitation, water body restoration, and renewable energy projects, the city has achieved remarkable progress. Thanks to these interventions, we are now ranked among the top global trending tourist destinations. This is a result of reclaiming our connection to the river and our environmental heritage, coupled with our city's strong institutional framework, commitment to fulfilling obligations with an efficient and strong fiscal performance, social investment, and sustained growth, positioning us among the top 5 capital cities in the country for financial management. We have worked with different partners, including multilateral banks and international cooperation agencies. Today, we invite the international community to continue building cities that restore and regenerate the ecosystem. Our territory has a great potential to advance nature-based solutions, and we stand ready to collaborate, learn, and share our experiences with all the cities and government represented here. Together, we can shape a more resilient and sustainable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and maybe a reflection to us all, in particular in places where cities are about to be built or are growing, is that rather than destroying nature and then having to restore and rehabilitate, maybe from the onset to think about how we integrate nature in the fabric, in the urban fabric, and your experience is a very important one in that regard. So from the pre-signaled speakers, I have my last but not least speaker is that citizen that will be looking at all of us to wonder, to keep us to account on whether we're doing the right thing or not. Mr. Guillaume Gilbert Rubeo, you're representing the youth group. Over to you.
Thank you. On behalf of the Children and Youth Media Group, we would like to thank you all for creating a space for youth in this session. It's an honor to address the room. For youth people, today's discussion is not theoretical. They shape our daily reality. Local and regional governments are where environmental policies directly affect our health, mobility, and future opportunities. And with cities responsible for around 70% of global CO2 emissions and consuming most of the world resources, the success of environmental action will be determined where we grow up, study, and work. This past weekend at the Youth Environmental Assembly, one message was very clear. Youth are not waiting to be asked to act. Youth people are already mapping air pollution, restoring riverbanks and degraded lands.
Guillaume, can you speak closer to your mic, please?
Yeah,
Pull
sorry.
it to you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I was saying, youth people are already mapping air pollution, restoring riverbanks and degraded land, organizing repair and reuse initiatives, and mobilizing entire neighborhoods around climate and environmental issues. These actions directly contribute to the goals of multilateral environmental agreements on climate, biodiversity, and pollution. Yet despite this, youth participation still happens mostly outside formal governance. Too often, youth are invited to speak, but not to shape decisions, visible but not represented, consulted but not integrated. And we believe there is a critical difference between being present and being part of the process. Youth and children can bring long-term thinking, strong digital and scientific skills, and the social capacity to mobilize communities at the speed and scale. But this potential will remain underused unless clear pathways exist for youth to contribute technically and institutionally to local environmental governance and to access quality green jobs linked to the local environmental transition. So allow me to conclude by inviting measures and representatives to work with us as true partners in improving environmental governance at the local level. Thank you.
I think, Guillaume, you couldn't have found a more sympathetic audience because both cities and children and youth groups are to some extent participating, consulted, but not necessarily fully part of the decision-making process. And that's one of the reasons why we hold the Youth, Children and Youth Summit before UNEA, as well as the City Summit, to somehow find a mechanism until it is formalized, a mechanism that will allow these voices, these imminent voices, to be more formally involved in the process. Thank you very much. I have two flags. First one is from Santiago de Cali. Over to you, please. And please introduce yourself because I don't have your name.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Lina Ramirez from the Office of the Mayor of Cali, Colombia. So first, allow me to thank UNEP for creating this space for subnational voices and for advancing a global agenda that recognizes the territorial realities of environmental governance. So speaking on behalf of Santiago de Cali, a city that is in the southwest of the country with almost 3 million of inhabitants, we are strategically located between the tropical Andes and the Chocó biogeographic region, two of the most biodiverse and climate-sensitive ecosystems on Earth. This position places Cali on the front line of environmental pressures, but also at the center of powerful resilience opportunity. opportunities. From this perspective, it is evident that climate change, biodiversity loss, illegal economies, and social inequality form an interconnected system. From Cali, we advance a multi-level response grounded on local action with measurable global impact. At the global scale, evidence shows that illegal economies are major environmental drivers. In our region, up to 40% of deforestation is linked to illicit extractive activities, and mercury contamination from illegal mining affects over 200,000 people along river basins. During COP16, that was held in Cali, under Mayor Alejandro Eder's leadership, Cali launched the Coalition Against Illegal Economies, together with the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. The coalition now supports cities across Latin America, the Caribbean, Africa, and Europe to generate comparable datasets, assess environmental health impacts, and strengthen subnational incidents in multilateral processes. In Cali, this has translated into results. In the last year, 60 environmental control operations, 32 illegal mines were closed, over 120 hectares under ecological recovery, and new protocols for community-based hydrological and soil quality monitoring. At the regional scale, the Chocó Bio-Cities Alliance integrates cities across the Chocó biogeographic region at a hotspot that contains 3% of global biodiversity in just 0.1% of the planet's surface. This alliance promotes nature-based solutions, climate justice, and coordinated response to environmental crimes, constituting a replicable model of South ecological governance. At the local scale, Cali's decarbonization plan, aligned with ICLEI's methodologies, targets a 36% emission reduction by 2035, focusing on mobility, energy efficiency, circularity, and climate risk adaptation. Through the SHAMP initiative that we are also working with the WRI, we are strengthening MRV systems, sectoral baselines, and investment pathways, and with the Cali Green Growth Fund, we aim to mobilize blended finance to scale bioeconomy and resilience projects. Our conclusion is evidence-based. Global goals require regional coordination. Regional biomes require empowered subnational governments, and climate ambition becomes real only when grounded in data, territory, and people. Thank you.
Lina, thank you very much for a very powerful conclusion based on all the achievements that Cali has done. But you also raised something that mirrors what Benoit and Megan were saying earlier. There's enforcement responsibility also at the level of subnational governments and cities, that unless responsibility is devolved, that cannot happen, and so impacts will continue to take place. I'm not sure if it's Raf or, oh, okay. It's Bernard from UN Habitat. Over to you. I have a list of 2 additional speakers and my closing remarks, so I will invite everyone to be very brief.
Okay, I'll try my best. Thanks, Mireille, and of course, great to be here. This is a perfect spot in a way between the COP and for us, the World Urban Forum, to move this agenda forward. A few quick points on the importance of multi-level climate action in the international space. And of course, there is a lot of scope to increase the whole dimension in the formal negotiations. For UN Habitat, of course, we organize the ministerial meetings with the COP presidencies. We have a mandate for that, so there are many UN member states who are supporting this agenda very much. We work with UNFCCC also to find how to increase that space moving forward. We're also part of CHAMP, so I think this dynamic working between member states or parties and cities and subnational actors is, I think, really important also across the multi-level governance spectrum. And we also stand ready as UN Habitat to facilitate a little bit more strongly the multilateral dimension of GEM. But I would like to highlight also, as mentioned by Rebecca and David, the dynamic that's emerging in terms of the NDCs. Of course, besides the headline numbers that you have focused, for us this has become really a major process to engage across the NDCs. We have over 200 indicators that we are analyzing with an increasingly sophisticated AI analysis. We have housing and informal settlements amongst other key sectors at the core of this. This is, of course, critical for us in our strategic plan. Others at the moment are urban heat, urban mobility, built environment more broadly, urban water loss and damage, urban finance, and multi-level governance. Now, for us, we're moving forward to publishing a full report in 2026 by the World Urban Forum, moving from the 67 NDCs that were available by the middle of October to hopefully all of them by January. We are looking at a deeper analysis of each of the sectors or entry points that I've mentioned, but we're also looking at additional sectors. We will be able to develop country dashboards that provide also entry points then for urban NDC implementation plans at the national level and at the local level. And of course, happy to engage with all of you to identify further the needs that you have in terms of articulating this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks for being short and cutting. Emily, I will revert back to Sustainable Finance Observatory at the end. Before that, I have a flag from Sirajganj in Bangladesh. Mr. Anisur Rahman, please, over to you. And also, if you could keep it short as well. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the chance. In fact, my name is Shahadat Hussain. I'm representing my city of Shirazganj on behalf of Bangladesh. So, some quick personal reflections on the discussions that we had so far. Okay, to start with, financing and the barriers in the local level while making connections with agencies, different agencies for a better and sustainable cities. From our experience in the very remote areas, we see that one of the major problems is the finance. The cities have the technological as well as the logistics support, but when we are going to make these things to turn these things in reality, the major obstacles is finance. But in this case, it should be mentionable that every year, due to climate changes and climate shocks, 500,000 people in Bangladesh is displaced. So this is a major problem for this country, and this city of Shirazganj also faces this kind of similar kind of problems because it is close to the biggest river of the country, and due to the land river erosion and other problems, the climate migrants are increasing and they are coming to the cities and try to settle down without any planning. So if we want to have a planned, sustainable and environment-friendly planning process for a sustainable future and resilient, climate-resilient city, we need to focus on, I personally believe that on the connections with some governments, locals and international partners who can invest in these areas. Recently, we have started working with GIZ. They have funded a couple of projects, livable and inclusive cities, city capacity development of the climate migrants living in the city. And also, we have focused on the restoration of water bodies. There is a huge canal of 8 kilometers, 15 kilometers, and we have started restoring it for making the city more livable and sustainable. But the thing that remains most important for us is the global partnership with NGOs, local agencies, government, and international agencies for a better and smooth financing so that these projects can be turned into reality. That we want to see a climate resilient, adaptive, and more sustainable cities. And to make this happen, the most important thing on our part for this city is climate financing. And so on behalf of this city, as a administrator and mayor of this city, we are committed to make a global partnership with these national and international partners to make this city a livable, more sustainable, and climate resilient. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak on behalf of my city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is one of the purposes of these summits and gathering is really to see where partnerships can be forged. So well heard. Emilie, I know you have a keynote speech in the next thematic session, but finance came up recurrently, so I felt it would be really appropriate to maybe in a minute speak a little bit on behalf of the Sustainable Finance Observatory.
Thank you very much. I'm Emilie Mayera, the Deputy Director of the Sustainable Finance Observatory. We a think tank specialized on unlocking private capital for the transition. We heard a very strong emphasis on the need to unlock finance at scale, to move from ambition to implementation. And I just wanted to highlight two specific levers to meet this objective. The first lever is a need for stronger multi-level technical cooperation between levels of governments. What I mean by technical multi-level cooperation is targeted instruments and institutional arrangement to support transforming small fragmented projects into investment-ready aggregated portfolio. And there are many experiences that have been very successful worldwide on this kind of approaches. And the second lever, which is very important, is the use of financial engineering and finance techniques to transform non-bankable projects into bankable investments and to meet the risk and return requirements of public and private financiers. This is really needed in the context of increasing scarcity of concessional finance. We need to make better use of scarce concessional funding and to work on increasing the leverage ratio to unlock capital at scale. And these solutions also exist, even in the field of adaptation and nature-based solutions. So we will discuss this later on this afternoon, but just wanted to highlight that there are solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emilie. And I think it echoes what Benoit was saying with respect to the scarcity of finance. All right, so this brings us to the end of our discussion for today. Before we close, actually, I would like to hand over the closing to my very nice colleague from ICLEI, Yunus Arikan. It will also help you turn your neck to the other side instead of always rotating to this side. Yunus, you will have the last words. Logistically speaking, after Yunus closes, we will be moving for lunch. It's served outside. There will also be colleagues from IHS. And Luca, can you please stand as well? So colleagues from IHS, Luca and David will be available outside to discuss with you the findings and the report. Colleagues from UNEP will be also available outside to discuss with you our work on cities and partnerships. So when Yunus finishes, we break. Over to you, Yunus, for closing.
And it's not nice to be the one who is breaking, but I hope it will be converging us. And of course, it's very difficult to speak between you and the lunch. But I think this was also a nice analogy that we are keeping the both sides of the table, the UN institutions, UNEP, and the local government and networks, which is a collaborative effort of the spirit of this summit. So Mireille, on your behalf, would like to thank you very much as ICLE. So as you have heard, this will be a summary of our engagement in the Rio Conventions. Especially, we will also give some announcement about our recent publication which we have produced with UNEP and the Urban Shift project, but also look to give some ideas for future, because we are not here just to look back, but rather to go forward. For those who are here, I feel at home. It's not just because we are in Kenya, but 35 years ago, when ICLE was born, UNEP was one of our founding fathers or mothers. So it's always good to be joining the UNEP-hosted events. And I'm so happy that out of 2,500 network of ICLE, so many members of ICLE are here, so many partners of the LGMA constituency, local authorities major group constituency here. 2,500 cities was a figure that we have reached after 35 years, but in 1990 it was not so easy. So that also goes back to the way we have, how much we have advanced. 1990 was very interesting year. It was the collapse of the Cold War era. The world was becoming united. It was not so easy to talk about sustainability. The term sustainable development was not even created. And it was not easy to talk about cities. The term local governments were not even existing. So we are very happy that over these years, so many progress have achieved. And David, so much congratulations for your work, and Lucas as well. And we are happy to contribute in this process. One thing I would like to say, as an, let's say, main sentence, none of these achievements that you have seen here would be possible without dedicated perseverance work of the networks and the constituency and the collaboration with the UN system. It is not easy. There are some ideas that you have seen here, so easy, some sentences, some words, some commas, but it may take, in some cases, decades to bring these languages to the processes, and let alone to implement. So ICLE is very proud to really be the focal point of the global task force on the 3 Rio Conventions and related process, and part of the UNEP since its inception. When UNEP decided 2 years ago to convene or synergize, discuss the synergy among multilateral environmental agreements, we said, oh, better late than never, because it was 30 years later that they have come up with this idea. Of course, we have enjoyed the Rio +20, and in response to this, we committed in Riyadh last year that we will be convening our first annual review of local and subnational action on Rio Conventions. And I'm happy to summarize these three main outcomes here. But again, another important point is that, David, you said that maybe not every convention needs local governments, but just on the contrary, every convention has to have the spirit of local action, which is a legacy of Earth Summit. This is something that we urge to UNEP. This is something that we are UN Secretary General with our colleague in the Global Task Force. If we are talking about an urban world, it's impossible to think about it. And the reason why within the MEAs we are talking about so much of Rio Conventions is that this chapter 28, that local authorities, or which is now local and regional governments, are a partner of this process, which doesn't apply to other processes. So over these 33 years, what we have seen, convergence, complexity, and innovation. Convergence in the sense that these conventions was not by chance created. Climate was a discussion of mitigation, only gases, for the North. Biodiversity was only a discussion for Latin America, and it was only just flora and fauna. Desertification was only an agenda for Africa, and it was only for just countries who are really having access to water and others, limited access. But 30 years later, every city, every region is acting on climate. We have turned the biodiversity into nature-based and ecosystem-based adaptation. The desertification is not anymore just deserts. Our cities are becoming deserts, but it's also land, it's also food, it's also a migration issue. And climate is much more holistic. As you have heard from Brazil, we are really advantages that Brazil has once again put its stamp on it. So this convergence is a positive thing. But complexity is the negative thing. Every process, every negotiation, every mechanism has different modalities for their processes and our engagement. The way we are accredited, the way we are providing inputs to the negotiations, the way we are consulted are different in every negotiations and every processes. And their reporting requirements are even much more harder than ever. That is the complexity that is putting us a problem. And the third, and out of all these, is the innovation. You are all aware, the leaders you have heard from here, they don't spend their limited budgets by conventions or by the UN entities. They really invest in what they need to serve to their citizens, and we as networks are trying to make them relevant to the UN processes or whatever agreed in the UN, we are making them heard and that they are coming back to implementation. So we need this more of it, and that will be in the last my comment. My announcement today is that one of the innovations that the UN system has agreed was the Global Environment Facility in 2012 decided to make Sustainable Integrated Cities program. So not looking at the results, but the root causes. Sustainable program, which is the first one was cities. In GEF 7, we are delighted to work with UNEP, and RRI and C40 are the implementing partners. So today we have launched our multi-level governance for integrated urban climate action as our flagship initiative based on the discussions we had in China, India, Indonesia, Rwanda, Morocco, Sierra Leone, Brazil, Argentina, Costa Rica. These are examples from NDCs, as you have heard, going to blue-green solutions for storm management, or even National Circular Economy Roadmap in Morocco. The term multi-level and urbanization is not a given, especially for ministers of environment. This is sometimes something that is very new for them. Let's remember, the first urban ministerial was in 2027. Sorry, COP27. These COPs and our numbers, when you're attending so much, it's confusing sometimes. But it's also the case, the urban ministers are also not too much talking about sustainability. Therefore, we have to make them aware of these different elements of it so that multi-level and urban becomes a mainstream. Can handle it. And we are aware Brazil wants to continue a UN Climate Change Council, which is focusing on the implementation agenda. So in the next 2 years ahead, and especially on the way to Ethiopia, the COP32, we as LGMA and the networks, which I am very happy to be the focal point so far, we will build on the achievements from Brazil that we will definitely arrive in Ethiopia, that a work program, a systematic work program, together with the IPCC report, will be adopted. And we have to work for it every day. And that's why next year is very important, because it will be another year for super year. Central Asian countries will host all these COPs. So we have to come up with a proposal that we do not have the luxury, the Committee of the Permanent Representatives rejecting the decisions of the subsidiary bodies of COP, one party of the presidency being proud of synergies in their own presidency, but blocking presidency's efforts in the other conventions. This cannot continue. The UN institutions, the member states, and we as ICLE, and we as the LGMA, local and governments, should be ready to change course of action. We have to work together, and we have to make sure that there's no other way option than that. To build this urban world, we have to be collaborative. I would be happy to continue this discussion in the afternoon. You will hear our colleagues from UCLG and Magash, how we feed in the negotiations, and we will be happy to feed further. And thank you very much for this fantastic opportunity.
So lunch is served outside until 2:30. Return back, please. There's also a party behind us, as it would be in Africa. You're welcome to join it if you want. There's an hour and a half of dancing if you wish.
Jeff. Iko sawa? Wewe Kevin. Check mic 1 2.
Good afternoon. Dear colleagues, please take your seat. We are about to start the session in the afternoon. Okay, let's get started. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all colleagues joining us from around the world. I'm Hongpeng Lei. I'm the Chief of the Mitigation Branch, Climate Change Division at UNEP. I just want to say, I'm sure for many of us who were in Berlin, and now our work is not done yet. For not like many other colleagues already off for holiday, we still have a full UNEP week in front of us. And my apology, I'm still in a COP30 mode in terms of a dress code. I'm kind of a smart carol, so please feel free. In a way you feel comfortable. Welcome to UNEP 7 Cities and Regions Summit, the afternoon session, overcoming the financial barriers, unlocking finance for synergistic local action. So local and regional governments are essential to advancing climate and sustainability goals, delivering solutions that cut emissions, protect biodiversity, and reduce pollution while promoting equity. Yet, financing remains a major barrier to scaling all these efforts. They often lack direct access to funds, face high transaction costs, and struggle with limited creditworthiness, while private capital is not flowing at the scale needed, creating a significant gap between ambition and the implementation. So our goal today is to explore how to unlock finance for integrated local solutions, ensuring resources reach where they create the greatest impact. We will discuss practical strategies, innovative models, and partnerships that make sustainability not just a vision, but a reality at a local level. So this afternoon session is organized in collaboration with the Local 2030 Coalition, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the Local 2030 Secretariat for their support. So UNEP co-leads together with UNDP and UNICEF working on local finance for SDGs, and today's discussion is a key consultation that will help formulate concrete next steps for concrete education that will help the fourth Financing for Development Conference, the FFD4, and the several platform for action local finance component. Firstly, let me hand over to Ms. Emily Mihara, the Deputy Director of the Sustainable Finance Observatory, to frame today's discussion. Emily, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hongpei. Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Maera. I'm the Deputy Director of the Sustainable Finance Observatory. We are a think tank specialized on unlocking private capital for the transition. It's an honor for me to be here today and contribute to this very strategic discussion on unlocking finance for synergetic local action. So, next slide, please. Next slide. So what is the state of finance for subnational environmental action? As we know, finance remains one of the biggest barriers to delivering environmental action and the SDGs. And this is especially true for subnational governments. Cities and regions, as we discussed today, are in the front line of environmental action, yet they receive only 10 to 17% of international climate finance. According to CCFLA, current flows cover only 19% of urban mitigation finance needs, and the gap is even larger for adaptation finance, where projects often lack direct revenue streams. Next slide. So, as we look closer at the climate, biodiversity, pollution, and SDG agendas, we can see that local and regional governments have a unique capacity to integrate policies and bring stakeholders together. The recent OECD environmental outlook on the triple planetary crisis make it clear climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution reinforce one another, while national policies rarely account for their interdependency. But the local level can integrate them. For instance, if you look at nature-based solutions, which we discussed a lot this morning, they can reduce at the same time flood risk, mitigate heat waves, restore ecosystems. Yet, today, less than 0.3% of urban infrastructure finance support NBS. And yet, when we invest in subnational climate action, we unlock multiple returns. Better health outcomes, reduced public spending, productivity gains, green jobs. Research from the Coalition for Urban Transition shows that low-carbon investment in cities could yield at least 23.9 trillions of USD in return by 2050. So there is a clear economic case. Integrated local action is a real investment for the future. Next slide. So what are the key obstacles faced in unlocking finance at scale? To understand this financing gap, we must first examine what we call the Valley of Death. Next slide, please. So this is, the Valley of Death is not only focusing on subnational climate action. As confirmed by all major international gatherings, such as COP30, the FFD4 conference, there is a systemic disconnect between the immense financing needs and the vast, largely untapped potential of private capital worldwide. So, as we often hear, there is no shortage of capital. What we lack are bankable pipelines that meets financiers' requirements in terms of risk, return, and impact. And we have some figures here showing how these financial flows are spread across the world. As you can see, it's extremely uneven, and only 5% of global financial assets flow in emerging and developing economies, excluding China, which means that 95% is in China. So if we analyze also what do these investments look like, we find that most finance projects are the ones who already meet the investment requirements in terms of risk and return. And we also find that concessional and grants resources are extremely scarce, only 7% for concessional and 5% for grants as part of total climate finance. Next slide, please. So now we are faced with a more extreme Valley of Death for subnational governments. This Valley of Death image and diagrams has been designed by Dr. Barbara Samuels, who's a very close partner for the U20 meeting, so you have maybe already seen it. So what are the specific barriers for subnational access? So of course, the enabling environment and the international architecture is not designed for subnational governments, as you know, but for national governments. There is a heavy reliance on intergovernmental transfers, which represent more than half of subnational budget. One big constraint is the ticket size constraint, with many projects below the threshold of $20 million to $100 million, which is often required by financiers and MDBs. And this happens in a context where there is a shrinking public budget, decline in ODA, rising debt burden, and the conclusion from the IMF and the UNFCCC is that we need to unlock 70 to 90% of private financing to achieve the global goals. So I will say on this slide. So there is just a few words on direct access for subnational governments. Of course, there has been immense advocacy work from city networks to reinforce the power of subnational governments, which is really a key work, advocacy work. But there are remaining barriers through which we cannot scale at the right pace for direct access. Why is that? On the side of national governments, fiscal space is extremely limited, as well as their sovereign borrowing capacity. And in many countries, local governments cannot legally borrow. On the side of financiers, financial institutions and development partners face country-level loan ceilings and limited grant resources. And MDBs and banks must also respect some legal requirements in terms of creditworthiness. And as you know, MDBs have recently engaged into a reform through which they will work more on a programmatic approach at the country level rather than focusing on standalone small projects. Next slide, please. So, yet there is good news, as I was mentioning earlier. Despite all these constraints, it is possible to unlock finance at scale for subnational climate and environmental action, as shown by many successful examples around the world. There are two conditions to achieve this. The first one is a stronger multi-level technical cooperation between national and subnational governments. And here on the slides, I just mentioned the specific actions of the Sevilla Platform for Action and the initiative focusing on localizing finance. So first, a stronger technical cooperation through deploying targeted instruments to transform small fragmented projects into aggregated investment-ready portfolio. And the second one is innovative finance mechanisms based on financial engineering to meet the requirements of financiers. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'd like here, through this diagram, to illustrate various three pathways through which subnational projects can access finance. So the options 1 and 2 are under the sovereign window, which means the capacity of national governments to take on more debt and provide a sovereign guarantee, while the option 3 is through the non-sovereign and private financing window, which means that we don't need to have a sovereign guarantee. So, as you see for option 1, which is individual subnational projects, as we discussed a lot this morning, we are faced with a market failure. It means that due to the constraints we mentioned earlier, the ticket size in particular, in practice, financing individual projects will only benefit to large bankable municipalities in low and middle income countries, and smaller cities will remain excluded. The option 2 consists in financing larger programs, targeting several subnational projects under a sovereign window. There are many inspiring practices and replicable models here, such as, for instance, using national and subnational development banks to transfer credit lines from MDBs to be lent in local currency to smaller municipalities. So we have, for instance, great examples and practices in Brazil of intermediation. We can also cite what we call country programs developed by multilateral development banks. So for instance, in Bangladesh, the Asian Development Bank has developed a very successful program for coastal climate resilient infrastructure targeting 12 districts. And these approaches, unfortunately, cannot be scaled enough to meet the ambition because we are facing sovereign debt constraints. So the option 3 is the one where there is the most potential, is non-sovereign and private financing, which represent 70 to 90% of the requirements. And it requires to build pipelines that will meet the requirements of financiers. We can do this through using country-level coordination frameworks. We mentioned the country platform this morning, as well as deploying finance techniques. So let me give you some examples. For instance, financing through utilities to deliver urban services is a very effective way of unlocking private capital. So, for instance, we can cite Medellin, which has been cited this morning, which developed the utility EPM, or Sabespe in Sao Paulo. There is also the option of pooled bonds, such as in Tanzania, which issued a revenue bond for water in local currency. We can also cite de-risking mechanisms. For instance, in Nigeria, InfraCredit is a public-private guarantee capital company which played a transformative role in unlocking long-term domestic capital from pension funds to finance local infrastructure projects. Of course, there is also the continuous support to creditworthiness of cities to be able to access the non-sovereign financing requirements. And for instance, the city of Barranquilla, which we heard this morning, managed to access a loan from the French Development Agency through the non-sovereign window in local currency to fund its climate and biodiversity strategy. And then I'd like to finish with the new approaches allowed by the quantification of co-benefits and avoided costs, which is really key to finance adaptation and NBS. So for instance, we also heard this morning about mangroves restoration. And this, there is an estimate that $1 invested in mangrove restoration can provide $10 of positive impacts. So thanks to the monetization of this impact, it's possible to find stakeholders who will have an interest to pay for these co-benefits, as well as for carbon markets. Next slide, please. So in this context, I wanted to highlight a diagram from the CHAMP report I co-authored with Dr. Barbara Samuels, which is called How National Governments Can Increase Finance for Subnational Climate Action. And it showcases examples from across low and middle income countries, focusing on concrete instruments and institutional setup that have successfully managed to attract private capital, private and public capital for local projects. And these diagrams showcase how national governments can act as bridges between the supply side and the demand side to effectively channel all sources of funding and finance at the local level. Next slide, please. So these are just, to conclude, some of the techniques that we can use to overcome the barriers we all know quite well. So, for instance, for projects which are too small, it's possible to work on aggregation. For the lack of creditworthiness, it's possible to use intermediation or earmarking of national government's funds to be used as credit enhancement, and for the strong reliance on sovereign loans and guarantees in the context of the decrease in ODA and the sovereign debt crisis, it's possible to use financial engineering to scale up bankable pipelines. These, next slide please. Yes, so these examples of concrete operational solutions based on multi-level cooperation and innovative finance mechanisms can provide a practical foundation for implementing the specific actions of the localizing initiative of the Sevilla Platform for Action. They can help operationalize this agenda. And the solutions exist. We have excellent experiences across the world, and we can build on this to scale up these solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emily, for sharing very helpful insights and setting up the tone for the session. And as we all can see, it's never an easy thing to mobilize money. So it's certainly not a thing can achieve by one type of players. We need all the key stakeholders to join the discussion. So we are very lucky to have a wonderful panel today. We will hear colleagues from national government, local government, private sector, and of course, civil society. Let me introduce our lovely panelists first. We're going to have Ms. Patricia Karamota Barria, who is Assistant Director, Department of Urban Governance, Management and Resilience, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, Ministry of Lands, Public Works, Housing and Urban Development, Republic of Kenya. We will also have Ms. Voheri Rokoto-Velamanaso, expert in water, sanitation and hygiene and regional development. She is also former governor of Energy, Madagascar. We also have Mr. Silva Barros, the mayor of Moringa, Brazil. Mr. Julius Camo, the Group Acting Sustainability Director, Equity Group Holdings. We also have Mr. Anthony Okath, African Regional Director, C40 Cities. Firstly, it's my honor to invite Ms. Patricia Barria, Assistant Director from Kenya. So Kenya is urbanizing rapidly, with cities on the front line of climate impacts and in urgent need of financing for resilient integrated solutions. So Ms. Barria, could you share how the national government is working to strengthen cities' access to climate and development finance, and what innovations you see as the most promising for scaling local actions? Ms. Barria, you have 5 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, moderator, and much gratitude to the UNEP Cities Unit for organizing this summit. I would like to start by highlighting that 2023 data indicates that 16.6 million Kenyans currently reside in urban areas, and this translates to approximately 30% of the national population. 60% of this population is in informal settlements and therefore particularly vulnerable. So the national government recognizes the magnitude and urgency of investing in Kenya's urban areas as a socio-economic priority. So the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, also acknowledges the right to a clean and healthy environment in the Bill of Rights, and also mandates the national government to legislate on governance and classification of urban areas. Therefore, first and foremost, the national government has been at the forefront of spearheading national policy and legislation that responds to climate change. So Kenya is proud to have been among the first countries in Africa to have a Climate Change Act, recently amended in 2023, to include carbon markets. We also have the Urban Areas and Cities Act. We have the National Urban Development Policy, and we have a Sustainable Urban Waste Management Policies Act. So all these, among others, translate to national budgeting priorities. And so that's the first intervention that we find at that point. The second intervention is that we have had the institutionalizing of urban development by the government of Kenya, and proceeded to allocate national budgets to the same. So the State Department for Housing and Urban Development has a national budget, and has also, the State Department has recently launched a department on urban governance, management and resilience, and mobilized initial budgetary allocation for that. A huge percentage of this budgetary allocation is going towards building climate resilience with the urban poor, which is a program being spearheaded by Kenya and Brazil. And the government of Kenya has actually put in initial seed funding for the operationalization of that project. Now, this is going to see 60 neighborhoods across Kenya, urban poor neighborhoods, receive support in terms of resilient infrastructure, enhanced environmental governance, and related kind of activities. So this is a good place to start. Next, I'd also like to mention that the government has also been, through the national government, we've had several urban-related projects. For instance, the Kenya Urban Support Program, in which 59 municipalities have benefited from enhanced infrastructure and services. So this financing comes from the World Bank in terms of sovereign loan and grant. The Kenya Urban Support Program is now in its second phase, which is going to see 79 municipalities benefit. So I'd say that the national government has been capturing finance, development finance, and having that flow to the subnational county and municipal levels. Innovations, what do I see as promising? First of all, a lot of collaboration and partnerships. So yes, some financing has come in, but it's barely adequate, as we all know. And so we are looking at diverse, cooperation from diverse groups, collaborations, tapping into the private sector, local banks. Recently we had the Safaricom, which is a big private company, actually floating a green bond, and the funds are supposed to go into resilience projects, and we want to see how that will translate into urban, into subnational urban areas. We're also looking at, recently we have, like I had mentioned, had the Climate Change Act amended to bring in carbon markets. And while there's a lot of debate about the feasibility of carbon markets and carbon trading, then we are also looking at that as a way of financing some of the municipal and city level infrastructure. Secondly, public participation, I believe, is key because then the urban communities know what their pressure points are better than the national government ruled, right? And so we are looking at models where we are having more of the climate affected persons in urban areas coming into dialogue with their county governments, but also with the national government. Then thirdly, leveraging on technology and innovation. In Kenya, we have a very thriving informal sector known as the Jua Kali sector. These are artisans who are involved in a lot of products that if we tapped on that will probably be offer alternative cost-effective methodologies for construction and resilient, say, housing at that level. Finally, and we've spoken about this a lot, is the nature-based solutions. And these have been lauded as cost-effective, more cost-effective than the engineering solutions. So those are the innovations I'd be looking at for urban climate financing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's really a very comprehensive solutions. You mentioned, everybody loves the word, national budgeting. To put the priority in the national budgeting process, you mentioned to really put some seed funding from national government to mobilize the private sector, to provide sovereign loans and grants. You mentioned to mobilize capital markets, public participation, particularly the technologies, innovation, and of course here, NBS certainly play a huge role. And I just heard right before our session, the UN compound here is having another round of innovation to really embrace the zero emission technologies, etc. I hope we can really work together to really demonstrate many good solutions and how we can finance all these solutions for people, particularly as you mentioned, for the vulnerable communities. Thank you so much. Now let me invite Ms. Vahari Raktovelo Manaso. Sorry, I pronounced your name. I hope it's not very terrible. Who was until very recently the governor of the Anazui region in southern Madagascar. The region faces severe climate challenges. The chronic drought, coastal erosion, the land degradation, while grappling with extreme poverty and limited fiscal capacity, making access to climate finance a critical yet difficult priority. Madam, given these climate vulnerabilities and financial constraints, what innovative approaches or partnerships have you initiated to unlock the sustainable climate finance for the city?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Allow me to speak in French. So if you can switch your for the translation, please. Mesdames et messieurs et distingués invités, donc c'est un honneur pour moi d'être ici aujourd'hui au cœur d'un sujet de la transformation territoriale, surtout comment libérer des financements efficaces, des actions locales réellement intégrées. En effet, en tant qu'ancienne gouverneure de la région Anous au sud de Madagascar et spécialiste en développement territorial, j'ai pu observer au quotidien que les villes et les régions sont en première ligne, mais souvent les moins financées, alors que 62% des cibles des ODD sont infranationales et que seulement 0,7% du PIB en Afrique est investi localement. Ce déficit structurel limite notre capacité à répondre à la triple crise climat, biodiversité et pollution. Je partagerai mon intervention en 4, tirée directement de mon expérience en tant que gouverneur de la région Anous. Premièrement, c'est passer de la fragmentation à la coordination. L'expérience de la région Anous, une région au sud de Madagascar, c'est premièrement la première barrière, en effet, le premier défi est celle de la fragmentation des financements. En effet, nous avons de nombreux programmes intervenant sur le même territoire, tel que le projet Miunzu, financé par la Banque mondiale, qui est un soutien aux moyens de subsistance et résilient dans le sud de Madagascar, dont la mise en œuvre se fait de manière effective de décentralisation et de déconcentration dans 3 régions, et cela touche des centaines de communes. On a aussi les différents projets, programmes financés par le FIDA, la BAD, les agences des Nations Unies, avec un portefeuille considérable lorsqu'on fait la somme. Si ces programmes agissent séparément, en effet, leur impact serait limité. Mais nous avons mis en place une coordination active où on a pu aligner les priorités locales, régionales, nationales, à travers des cadres de planification territoriale. Nous avons pu éviter les duplications grâce à un mapping des interventions, mutualiser les efforts avec une synergie, une complémentarité, à travers une approche du nexus et de la co-création. Et avoir des synergies en termes entre les infrastructures, le développement économique et résilience climatique. Il s'agit en effet d'impliquer toutes les parties prenantes avec une approche inclusive à travers les comités de pilotage, les groupes sectoriels. Cette coordination a permis de transformer ces interventions isolées en un véritable portefeuille intégré. C'est exactement l'esprit recherché dans cette session, c'est passer des projets dispersés à des écosystèmes financiers cohérents, appuyés par des plateformes multibailleurs. Madame Émilie Maïra, tout à l'heure, a parlé d'agrégation de projets, et là, nous l'avons testé et nous l'avons expérimenté dans la région Anoussi. En effet, dans les régions secondaires, les projets sont trop souvent modestes pour attirer les bailleurs et les investisseurs. Nous avons donc choisi d'agréger les différentes initiatives communales et régionales et de créer des programmes plus ambitieux et visibles. Et on l'a réussi. Cette approche a permis à des programmes comme celui de la Banque mondiale que nous venons de citer tout à l'heure, des projets de la FIDA, de la BAD et aussi d'autres partenaires qui s'intègrent dans un même cadre, les infrastructures locales, les investissements sociaux, les résiliences climatiques, le développement économique. Cette agrégation, en fait, a transformé des micro-projets en pipeline de projets bancables ou en tout cas finançables, alignés à des critères des fonds climatiques et des banques multilatérales. Et cela a une condition, celui d'impliquer les élus et les dirigeants locaux dès la conception du projet. En troisièmement, c'était mobiliser et dérisquer l'investissement privé. Le secteur privé, en effet, peut jouer un rôle décisif dans le financement urbain, à condition d'être engagé de manière stratégique. Nous avons un modèle de projet qui s'appelle le projet Foyer Manassou, qui a accompagné plus de 120 000 foyers vers la cuisson propre. Nous avons aussi un engagement d'un secteur privé dans les secteurs miniers qui a débloqué 4 millions de dollars par an pour des projets en termes de RSE pour la protection de la biodiversité, l'infrastructure et les développements communautaires. Cela s'est accompagné d'une promotion des investisseurs privés en réduisant des risques, des garanties qui sont disponibles, mais aussi des collectivités qui offrent un cadre de gouvernance éclairé et prévisible. C'est ce qui permet d'activer des instruments comme le Green Bonds, les garanties en monnaie locale et les facilités de perte. Avant de terminer, les messages clés pour accélérer la transformation sont pour libérer les financements au niveau infranational. 3 changements sont essentiels. Renforcer ou créer des écosystèmes financiers locaux solides à travers des collectivités, mais aussi les aligner aux priorités des NDC. Mobiliser la finance domestique, les banques locales, les assurances, et tout cela dans un renforcement des banques de développement national et infranational comme intermédiaires financiers, qui sera la clé pour disposer d'acteurs nationaux professionnels. Et en dernier, c'est déployer des plateformes nationales de coordination, à l'exemple de la plateforme pays Finance Your City, dont Madagascar, après le Cameroun, est le pays pionnier pour lancer cette plateforme, une innovation majeure avec le soutien du FMDV, de la CGLU et de l'Union européenne. Cette plateforme, en fait, vise à créer un cadre national unique organisé de dialogue entre l'État, les collectivités, les partenaires techniques et financiers, les banques publiques. Ainsi, elle pourra structurer un pipeline cohérent et finançable de projets territoriaux. C'est une avancée déterminante pour garantir un accès prévisible, équitable et accéléré des collectivités au financement. En conclusion, l'expérience de Madagascar et spécialement de la région Anos montre que même des territoires vulnérables et éloignés, il est possible de démultiplier l'impact des financements grâce à une coordination forte, une vision intégrée, des partenariats structurés et une mobilisation des investisseurs privés. Nous avons des outils, mais ouvrons nos yeux parce que sans une autonomisation financière réelle des villes et des régions, la transition écologique et le développement durable resteront hors de portée. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam. You mentioned with the coordination platform, we need to mobilize funding from government, private sector. Obviously, for government, we need the national and the local government. And another thing we normally ignore is actually we need the money from different sectors. If we put all the money together, we can have much more. We need a very coherent approach to really mobilize the resources. Thank you so much. Now let me invite Mr. Silvio Barros, Mayor of Maringá, Brazil. I mean, lovely to see you again. We just met in Berlin. Thank you so much for coming along with here. I know Maringá is widely recognized for its innovative urban sustainability strategies, including green infrastructure and nature-based solutions that enhance resilience and livability. So, Mayor Barros, what financing models or partnerships have proven most effective in scaling these sustainability initiatives, and how can other cities replicate your success? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lei. I thank for the opportunity of being here. Just so that we have everybody on the same page, Maringá is a 420,000 people city in the southern part of Brazil, and it has been considered, ranked actually, as the best and the most livable intermediary city in the country, which is an honor for us, but it is also a huge responsibility. So I'm here also as the president of the Brazilian National Mayors Association. I'm the president of the Commission, the Environmental and Climate Mitigation Commission. What we would like to present here is a methodology that our Urban Planning Institute will apply with the support of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean as an international tool to assess how prepared the local government is to access urban climate financing, which is how to be able to get money for adaptation and mitigation projects. It was developed by the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance in partnership with the UN Economic Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. This methodology is being developed with the framework of the Urban Act project. I would like to show you a few slides just so that you can take pictures if you are interested. Can you pass the next slide, please? So this methodology is assessing subnational enabling framework conditions for urban climate finance, and it serves to assess the so-called enabling framework conditions. Next one. The methodology actually is based on local climate laws and policies, institutional capacity to implement actions, sources of resources and financial mechanisms, available climate data, and how local governments coordinate with other levels of government, society, and partners, the civil society. Next one. This tool, this methodology organizes its evaluation into 49 dimensions, grouped in 4 major categories and 13 subcategories, being climate policy, budget and finance, climate data, and vertical and horizontal coordination. Next one. The objectives of this methodology are to assess enabling conditions for urban climate finance in specific subnational territory, identify strengths and opportunities for improvement of these conditions, support recommendations for local governments based on analysis and dimensions taking into account different subnational contexts, and offer case studies that are complementary resources of good practices, which are already being developed by these organizations. Next, the roadmap for implementation of this methodology is based on institutional arrangement and mapping. And this is important because we are talking here about identifying governing bodies and other stakeholders that will support this evaluation and define the scope, which in terms of territory, that will be considered city or a region or a metropolitan area. Then the preliminary data collection, multi-sectoral initial workshop, then the systematization of results, final validation workshop, and follow-up actions. Next one. And the main target group that is will be working on this methodology is designed, first of all, for subnational public managers, but the document itself highlights that it's also useful for other actors. And then we're talking about the civil society, the organized society, and municipalities, regions, states, especially those responsible for climate, urban planning, finance, infrastructure, and environment. Next one. I would like to say that in terms of our experience, this methodology will be implemented in January, and we expect to show the results during the WOOF 13 next May, the first results. But there's one thing that we are doing which I think it's something to consider. Now at COP, during the Intergovernmental Council for Building and Climate, which is a program that was established by France, Brazil, and Kenya in Baku, they were discussing the contribution of the construction sector to the emissions of greenhouse gases. And they were talking about 34% of the emissions coming from the chain based on construction. And we have to reduce that. Municipal governments have purchasing power to build schools, public buildings, and we can choose if we are going to build those buildings that will promote emissions or that will sequester gases, carbon, using wood. Of course, timber. I know not all countries or not all cities are able to use that technology, but the ones in Brazil, of course, has lots of timber. The ones that can make a decision of building, using the purchasing power for the government, to buy buildings that will actually capture carbon instead of contributing to the emissions. So this became a public policy in our city. We approved specific legislation, and not only for public buildings, but we also established incentives for the private sector to come in the same direction. And it's already working. We already have companies, private companies, that have decided to build their office buildings and residential buildings using timber. That, if we multiply that to the cities that can do it, of course, we are going to be mitigating gases without actually needing finance or external finance support for that. And also, we discussed that also at COP. The waste dumps and landfills are responsible for 20% of the methane that is going to the atmosphere. But we don't have to use landfills anymore. There are other technologies. We can do waste to energy, or we can do waste industrialization and eliminate that source of emissions. Again, this is a municipal public policy. It's a decision of the local government. We don't have to ask permission either to the regional government or to the federal government to make those decisions. So we feel that it's important that we look for financing. We have to fight for that, but we shouldn't just be sitting and waiting until it comes. There are other policies, local policies that we can implement, which it's on our responsibility. And this is the suggestion. We are doing this in our city and trying to share this experience to the rest of the country. So let's see what happens and how can we contribute to mitigation without necessarily looking for finance. We need money, but we shouldn't just sit and wait. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Barros. It's very impressive. You are not only a mayor, you're also a professor. So you are really using all the methodology tools to make your city the most livable in Brazil. And thank you so much for your leadership. But also, you are kind of scaling up the efforts through the Mayor Association to many other parts of the country. I'm sure we all learned a lot. We would love to continue the discussion with you to learn more from you. Thank you, the Mayor. Now let me invite Mr. Julius Camel, the Group Acting Sustainability Director, Equity Group Holdings. So Equity Group Holdings is a leading African financial institution championing sustainability by integrating climate finance and stakeholder engagement into its business model. So, Mr. Camel, how can banks and private sector actors can help mobilize resources for local climate solutions and ensure these efforts translate into a measurable impact on the ground?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, moderator, and it's indeed a great privilege, an honor for me to speak on this panel on this very strategic topic. At Equity Group Holdings, our purpose is very clear. Our purpose is to transform lives. It is to give dignity and create opportunities for wealth creation. We live this purpose basically through various ways, but one of it is actually our Marshall Plan, which is the African Recovery and Resilience Plan. This plan serves as a compass to drive our social and environmental transformation. Transformation in our 6 markets, in DRC, in Rwanda, South Sudan, in Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. And all these countries, you realize they are in sub-Saharan Africa. You would agree with me that transforming lives of people in a region that is one of the most climate vulnerable in the world is not easy. It requires a very deliberate and a new and a unique approach. And in our view, the approach that we think can do this is an approach that takes and considers and recognizes climate resilience as an opportunity but not a problem. It is an approach that believes in forging strategic partnerships, partnerships that can be able to help us to scale our mobilization of sustainable and blended finances, to be able to drive actions on the ground at scale. However, you would appreciate that some of the pathways that we do use to leverage climate change, to leverage biodiversity loss and pollution as an opportunity are basically ranging from climate smart agriculture. It is a nature-based solution. It is about clean energy and supporting just transition. It is greening our enterprises and building resilience infrastructure and supporting circular economy. But these pathways, as much as they are key in unlocking resilience for Africa, they are seriously underfunded. And beyond underfunding, in the normal conventional current banking system, the sectors are rated as high risk, and therefore they are not able to benefit from funding. And this is where I believe the private sector and bank institutions like ourselves, together with the governments, both the national and subnational, and international organizations, must step up. And what then have we done ourselves as an approach, even as we wait for a perfect model? It is to forge partnerships. This has enabled us to mobilize blended financing. I also want to appreciate that we as an Equity Group Holding, we also have Equity Group Foundation. This is our social and environmental impact arm. So through this, we get the technical assistance, more in form of grant. And through this grant, we are able to now target the most vulnerable community, the very vulnerable MSMEs, agribusinesses, youth and women enterprises, and build their capacity, financial literacy, and try to help them understand they can make their own financial decision and they can be able to live with dignity. And after we have done this, we believe we turn them from exclusion financially to inclusion. We move them from poverty to prosperity and from vulnerability to prosperity or to resilience. After we have done that through our foundation, then we are able to push them now to our banking ecosystem. These are banking subsidiaries, because now they are empowered. They can be able to access loan to be able to do what they need to do. But this loan is high risk, and therefore that's why we also believe that the DFIs that we work with does a lot of work, because then they are able to share the risk with us, so that then we are able to lend to these SMEs and other enterprises. And once we do that, we also leverage for the concession funding. Concession, which is affordable, but also with the local currency to avoid the foreign exchange risk, which again can also actually act as a barrier to us offloading that. So what concession does, it helps us to unlock the private capital so that then we can be able to scale our investments. We believe ourselves and we view ourselves as connectors and catalysts. Why do I say that? We access this blended financing and we channel it to the most critical areas that deliver most economical, social, and ecological benefits. And it's only through this we can be able to deliver and have actions on the ground. And as we do this and serve as connectors, we see private sector as an intermediary and should be within the matrix of our financing mechanisms, so that we are able to pass on the capital to purpose. And by doing so, we believe we can support the continent, we can support the world in translating the global commitment into actual ground environmental solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kamod, you mentioned the ecosystem. I know I really like the concept in terms of to make one thing happen, we need all different players in the ecosystem. Could be national, local government, banks, of course, many other participants. So you mentioned all these ecosystem players need to come together to find a way to share the risks, and of course, in the end, share the benefits. Ultimately to serve people on the ground. And we thank you for all your great contribution in multiple sectors and many countries in the continent you just mentioned. Thank you. Now let me invite Mr. Anthony African Regional Director, C40 Cities. C40 has been helping cities to implement ambitious urban climate actions and build resilience through collaborative networks and innovative solutions. So, Mr. Okas, from your experience, what innovative financing partnerships or instruments have been most effective in accelerating urban climate solutions across African cities, and how can this be scaled?
Thank you very much, moderator. Truly appreciate, and again want to express my appreciation to the Secretariat for enabling us as C40 to be part of the discussions or to be at the table. Just for those who are not aware of who C40 is, C40 is a network of about 100 cities that represents almost about 920 million people and covers about 23% of the world economy. And basically what we do is we work with the cities to help them to move faster towards achieving their climate goals through sector programs, where within those programs they actually can translate their ambition into action through accelerators where innovation is actually scaled up, and also through we also build up on research because it is powered by the evidence-based action. And lastly, through financial pathways where we unlock the resources and leverage on, lastly, global advocacy to ensure that the right policies are put to raise the ambition. So allow me, moderator, just to highlight 4 areas that we have used as C40 as instruments actually to engage. The first and foremost is one that was actually launched in COP21, and actually it's through partnerships with GIZ, where we as C40 have what we call the City Financing Facility. And this is a multi-level donor initiative that actually implements jointly through C40 and GIZ, and actually is across Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And basically, it's been used to support 30 cities across the globe to actually implement about 38 programs or initiatives. And basically, it helps to build support for them to draw down on the private sector and to develop other innovative mechanisms. And also just to mention that in total, using this initiative, over the last 10 years, we've actually raised over about $1 billion for climate financing. I would not belabor much on what Madam Emily has talked about in terms of the sovereign guarantee, because I think she highly articulated it well. But I think as C40, as C40, we're actually working with governments at national level to actually ensure that we're extending the sovereign credit and also the green credit lines to most of the African cities. And most of you are aware that we recently just have been working with actually even cities like Cape Town, where actually this has actually helped them draw down on some of these funds to actually implement quite a bit of the projects. But the last 2 is actually just highlighting mostly around the development financial institutes, where we've actually worked to scale up direct financing projects by offering more or less concessional loans and co-financing and climate instruments. And mostly it's mentioned around the National Development Bank's Urban Climate Action Programs. And this is a program that has primarily been funded by ICAE through the French Development Bank. And actually we've actually come in as a consortium of partners. And part of the partners include the Brazilian Development Bank, and I'm glad that we have the Brazilian team here. We've also had the likes of the Latin Development Bank and the Southern African Development Bank. And this is a vehicle that actually has been used to actually ensure that the cities can actually draw down resources and actually can design strategic urban financing pipelines. And actually just recently in the U20, the South African Development Bank actually emphasize the fact that over 30% of their budgets is actually designated towards municipality funding. And so, again, what we do as C40 is that we try and encourage most of the cities to try and draw down on these facilities. Also, just to mention that part of one of the things that we are happy about is that in addition to working with the NBD's Urban Climate Action Program, we have worked with also cities like Johannesburg, where they have recently just drawn down a direct loan facility of about $2.5 billion rand, which translates to about $139 million in terms of a corporate loan. And basically what we have done in collaboration with the African Development and with partners around the table is to actually try and work them to support them through the technical assistance. For them, this funding goes primarily towards water, electricity, waste management. And again, most of you will concur with me. It will go a long way in building actually the African largest economic hub, which is Johannesburg. And so again, as C40, what we've been doing is working with cities and bringing them around the table. Recently, just before, as a precursor to the COP, we had a World Mayoral Summit in Rio, and we had the privilege of having 15 African cities around the table, and we brought the banks such as World Bank. We had also the European Bank for Reconstruction, who is here with us today also, to sit around the table and help African cities actually address some of the bottlenecks that actually help them to draw down on these resources. So lastly, I'll just say that part of what we've done as C40 is leverage a lot on partnerships. And I'd not say that we do it alone. We do a lot of intercity networks with our colleagues from UCLG and ICLE, so we are excited to have them around the table. But again, we say that we cannot do it alone. And so through these different mechanisms, as C40, we've actually engaged with a lot of sub-national cities and enabled them to draw down on some of the resources that are available within the network. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. I have to say I was actually very lucky to be sitting in the C40 board for a couple of years before I moved to UNEP half a year ago. I know C40 well. As you mentioned, C40 really play a very important role in terms of raising the cities and regions' voice in a global climate discussion, particularly when countries are facing some difficulties of further increasing ambition. And of course, you've been supporting cities on their low carbon planning, access financing, etc., but also to facilitate the cross-city learning, which is also very helpful. And I understand that recently you also been working a lot on connecting local and national efforts through CHAMP, etc. So these are all very, very impactful actions. Thank you. We are running slightly over. I would suggest for the panel discussion, we will not go to the second round. Let's give our 5 panelists another round of applause for all your very helpful insights. We obviously will continue the discussion by opening the floor to all the participants. So I want to invite 3 speakers, after which for any colleagues you want to make an intervention, please raise your nameplate that we can come to you. For colleagues who want to make an intervention, please make your comments around 2 minutes, so we have the space to give as many as possible colleagues to speak here. Firstly, to get us started, let me invite Mr. Jacques Gabriel Camlo, the mayor of Dachang from Cameroon, please.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My presentation will be in French. Je suis Jacques Kemle, maire de la ville universitaire de Tchang, au Cameroun, juriste, économiste et enseignant à l'université de Tchang. Tchang est une ville universitaire qui a décidé de ne pas attendre que les solutions viennent d'ailleurs. Nous les construisons nous-mêmes. Nous disposons ainsi d'un plan climat qui organise nos priorités et nos financements. L'un de ces projets phares, une unité de traitement des déchets de 1,8 million d'euros, est une unité qui valorise les biodéchets en compost en facilitant l'implémentation de l'agriculture biologique, réduit les émissions et génère des crédits carbone. C'est de l'économie circulaire appliquée, des emplois, des revenus, de l'assainissement urbain et une baisse mesurable de notre empreinte. Mais permettez-moi d'illustrer comment nous allons plus loin en structurant l'action publique grâce à un partenariat public-privé en BOT, Build Operate Transfer. Notre abattoir municipal et marché de la viande, financé à hauteur de 500 000 €, n'est pas seulement une infrastructure, c'est une entreprise de services municipal, de formation dans le secteur de la viande, performante, disciplinée, dotée d'une entité d'énergie renouvelable, mais surtout conçue, contrôlée et copilotée par la ville. Nous fournissons le terrain, les données, les équipes, le privé apporte l'efficacité et le capital. Résultat, un satellite de gouvernance locale aligné sur l'intérêt général. Si ce modèle fonctionne, c'est pour une raison simple. Nous avons organisé la demande, clarifié nos besoins, structuré le marché, mobilisé les partenaires. Voilà la vérité politique que je veux partager ici. Les villes africaines peuvent impulser le marché du développement urbain, transformateur et résilient. Mais pour cela, elles ont besoin d'un écosystème national d'intermédiation financière. Au Cameroun, le FECOM, qui est la banque des communes, joue ce rôle essentiel. Il accompagne, appuie techniquement, sécurise les procédures et devient un pont indispensable entre les projets locaux, les exigences des bailleurs et les ressources financières mobilisables. Sans cette capacité d'intermédiation, nos projets resteraient à l'état d'intention. Les CVUC, Communes et Villes Unies du Cameroun, notre association nationale, sont tout aussi déterminants. Elles portent la voix collective des collectivités, harmonisent les besoins, structurent la demande territoriale et créent un cadre politique cohérent pour que des solutions comme les PPP ou la plateforme pays puissent réellement se déployer. C'est en effet l'esprit de notre plateforme pays pionnière Finance Your Cities Cameroun, que Madagascar vient de suivre, lancée avec le soutien du Fonds mondial pour le développement des villes, des CGLU, de l'Union européenne et de l'ADEME. Créer un cadre institutionnel solide où l'ingénierie locale, les institutions financières et les partenaires internationaux avancent ensemble. C'est pourquoi je défends une idée essentielle pour l'UNEA 7. Lorsque les villes formulent clairement leurs demandes, c'est à l'offre, partenaires du développement et secteur privé, de s'adapter et non l'inverse. Trop de solutions arrivent encore préconçues, déconnectées de nos réalités. Le BOT des Tchans prouve que notre chemin existe. Pas d'endettement, mais un modèle durable qui renforce la capacité publique, mobilise le privé au service du bien commun et ancre l'action climatique dans le territoire. Car une chose est certaine, lorsque les villes organisent la demande, l'offre suit. Lorsque les villes prennent le leadership, la transition se matérialise. Lorsque les villes innovent, le pays avance. Je vous remercie pour votre bien attention. I finish.
Thank you so much, Mayor Kalim. You are totally right. African cities can be in the front line, are in the front line in terms of demonstrating the green growth, addressing climate change, but also creating green growth, green jobs, as you just mentioned. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me next invite Mr. Anthony Paul Diaz, the superintendent from Seattle.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone here, for sharing all of your insight and wisdom and knowledge. I think we have much to share and to learn, particularly in the United States, as my colleague from San Francisco was speaking from California. Now more than ever, at the local level, at the subnational level, we have to step up because we are not receiving the same sort of support we were receiving before. So we have a duty and a responsibility at local government level to demonstrate how we are going to make impacts that not only benefit our cities, but the world. And so we often say here that we need to transform our global visions by acting locally. But at the same time, we have to think globally and demonstrate that the things that we're doing, whether you're in Bangladesh or China, Colombia or Seattle, don't just benefit those cities, but benefit the world as a whole. And I think people are responding to that and resonating to that. So some of the strategies that we're looking to do in the Pacific Northwest, where I'm from, is leaning into people who value climate and will support us economically through a series of levies. We have a tax system where we don't tax people on their income tax. We don't take money away, but we ask them to prioritize the things that are valuable to them as citizens. And one thing, fortunately, right now, is that people are responding well and want to be responsive to climate mitigation, adaptation strategies, and will invest in it because they see the benefit not only to their cities, but to our entire world. So when we connect that sort of vision, that is going to be our next source of funding, because we can't rely anymore on a lot of federal funding, at least in the short term. So we need to be positive and to think outside the box and to step outside the box. So we're bringing this to community. We're listening to what people want and what they need. And we are learning as well from our original caretakers and stewards of the land who have not need advanced technologies to tell us the importance of taking care of our water, our land, our air, our food system, which will then create a more positive society. So I'm looking forward. I see the challenge and the opportunity that is facing us as Americans and as subnational governments. It's a duty and a responsibility to step up. And in Seattle, we are joining our colleagues in Generation Restoration to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anthony. This is just lovely to hear. Think globally. As you mentioned, this is a responsibility of addressing other challenges, but also a good opportunity. To really think about our future by acting in a global, mindset. Thank you so much. Next, let me invite Mr. Ross Palmer, Associate Director, Sustainable Infrastructure, Middle East and Africa, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Thank you very much, and appreciate you letting me take the floor, and lovely to be here. So just for those who aren't familiar with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, we're a multilateral development bank owned by 79 shareholders, including all the countries in which we operate. We started this year to operate in 5 countries in sub-Saharan Africa, so Kenya, Nigeria, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, and Senegal, and we're hoping to start operating in Ghana next year as well. We've got offices opened in all of those countries, and I think what EBRD can offer in the municipal space ties in quite nicely to some of the priorities in the excellent keynote speech that were highlighted earlier in terms of financing across the public, on the sovereign and sub-sovereign area, and as well as the private sector, which is the landscape across which EBRD operates, alongside our policy dialogue work. And I thought I'd just take my brief intervention to highlight that EBRD has a well-established and thriving cities program where our approach is always one of localization. So we work directly with cities to prepare and deliver projects, and where the fiscal context allows to directly lend to the city or on a sub-sovereign basis. Since our establishment, we've invested over 14 billion euros in 674 city projects, a model which was strengthened in 2016 with the establishment of our Green Cities program, where we've now invested more than 7 billion euros, which focuses on a network of 60 cities across our country's operation, financing projects across the whole spectrum of city needs, whether that's urban electric mobility, water and wastewater, district energy, building, social infrastructure, and solid waste. And this is a program that we hope we can replicate across our new country's operation in sub-Saharan Africa. And just quickly to close, our approach is really about on city lending is broadly speaking across three complementary components. So the first is on planning and project preparation, second on the deployment of a diverse range of financing instruments together with de-risking tools such as blended finance, and the third on enhancing an enabling environment to support cities and utilities to borrow from their own balance sheet. So I know we're short on time, so I'll close there, but thank you very much for allowing me to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Palmer. The massive investment in over 100 cities by EBRD is very helpful, and particularly you mentioned the localization to really go to a local context to mobilize all the stakeholders for the joint effort. Thank you so much. Now let me invite a colleague from Cali of Colombia, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to share today our experience in one of the greatest challenges for subnational governments, we all know, mobilizing finance to turn climate and biodiversity commitments into implementation. In Cali, we are building the financial architecture required for this transition. We have made meaningful progress, yet we know that much more remains to be done. The scale of climate and biodiversity challenges exceeds traditional local capacities, pushing us to innovate and strengthen our tools. Our approach is anchored in two key instruments. First, our Sustainable Master Plan, which integrates mitigation, adaptation, and biodiversity into a single investment roadmap. It is supported by, first, our decarbonization plan that targets a 67% reduction in GHG emissions by 2050 through investments in electric mobility, renewable energy, waste energy systems, and nature-based solutions. And the second, the local biodiversity strategy and action plan, which localizes the Kunming-Montreal framework and embeds ecosystems restoration and connectivity into urban development. This harmonized structure places Cali among one of the first Latin American cities to operationalize climate and biodiversity agendas together. An important step, we think so, but not yet sufficient for the transformation ahead. Second, last year, we launched our Sustainable Finance Framework, and it was evaluated by Moody's as SQS2 as very good. This has enabled Cali to start working towards issuing green bonds, social bonds, and sustainable linked loans, providing credible, transparent pathways for investors. Our progress has been strengthened by partnerships with the IDB, IFC, and CAF Development Bank of Latin America, which have supported technical structuring, risk mitigation, and alignment with global standards. Resilience and nature-positive cities emerge when scientific ambition is matched with financial pathways, capable of turning commitments into real transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague from Cali. You mentioned that you are optionalizing the climate and the biodiversity framework. I'm sure it's something not easy, huh? People from different sectors, very often the way of thinking, speaking are quite different. Really, how to bring this together and to optionalize on the ground is something really helpful. Thank you. Next, let me invite a colleague from FMDV.
Hi, thank you. I'm Carlos de Freitas. I'm the Executive Director of FMDV, Global Fund for Cities Development. I just want to comment on what my champion mayors and governors has said previously, and maybe to refer on what's happening, I think, now after COP30, but all the global events that are leading us now to, I think, a new era. This is an era of localization. When we use of course, the terminology as subnational governments, we have a very specific definition, which is not the one that you will find in the global UN texts. Localization still is, and especially in the FFD4 Sevilla Commitment outcome document, you will find the localization as a key concept now in the relation between the development partners, the countries, and their national development banks. And I think this is a very strong move that is somehow, and as Yunus was saying earlier, which is reassuring, but we are not there yet. As Barbara Samuels, quoted by Emily, is saying about, is formulating on the Valley of Death, we are still very much there for 99% of the local and regional governments around the globe. We're not talking about metropolitan areas that have the capacities to access funding, financing, the whole range of financial instruments. So that localization specific wording is a lesson after the decade on globalization. And even though urban finance market is now more interesting for DFIs, for private sector, and I think the Equity Foundation, the EBRD intervention are just indicators of this happening. But we still need to structure the financial architecture we need at the national level. So country platforms for localizing finance, financial intermediaries, which is done through the national and subnational development banks, and FinHubs, hubs of financial expertise that are dedicated to design the pipelines of projects we need. If we don't go there, if we don't work at the national level, we will remain very dependent on the international consultants, the programs that are delivered by DFIs in the country, which last mostly 4 to 5 years, and then go. And then you don't have a legacy in the local administration, in the processes also within the ministries of finance. And I think one of the lessons, again, of COP30 is that we are advancing much more on the operational level, on the global climate action agenda than in the negotiations. And the new trend is to support the national associations of mayors and governors to make sure that they integrate better what is being negotiated at the national, at the international level, the commitments of the national governments, and to make sure that they translate this into their own realities with their own innovations, because a lot of innovation is happening on the ground. And we have had some witnesses here joining the conversation to make sure that we know about that. And I think this is very encouraging, but we still have to educate a lot of people that needs to join us at the table. Ministries of Finance, very key. The development partners, we love EBRD, but we still need to work better with them on implementing at scale. And of course, private sector, private investors. So we have the formulas, we have the solutions. We now need the UN agencies like UNEP to support us in the initiatives, especially the ones registered under the SPA platform, to make sure that we get to the point where we give credibility what is announced, implemented by mayors and governors to scale these kind of initiatives up, but also out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's certainly a right approach to ensure the international, national, local actors can work together to unlock the actions, and we'll be very happy to partner with you to really scale up all the actions. Okay, so please, colleagues from UN. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues, participants. I mean, it has been the whole day, the discussion have been very focusing on not only financing the SDGs, I think the entire issues of the financial issues that we have globally, especially this morning from the ED, she mentioned about the financial architecture, which actually, as I said, UNEP, we recognize that, and then we recognize the local action requires addressing this persistent structural barriers in financing. So, like you know, the current global financial architecture is insufficient for Africa's needs, development needs, and then further, as you know, we have the rising public debt, the climate vulnerability, and stagnating ODA. So all this exacerbates the financial gaps. So at the global level, we do, together with partners, continue to advocate for reform to the international financial architecture to ensure fair access to long-term affordable resources for African countries and cities. At the regional level, we at the ECA are advising in innovative financing solutions, supporting countries to leverage blended finance, different kind of financial instruments, including domestic resource mobilization. But one thing from at local level within the African context, African cities actually drive economic growth. However, our recent studies shows that African cities, they use only less than 40% of their economic potential. That means if we bridge that gap in supporting them, how they can bridge that gap, they can achieve, if they achieve, let's say, 80% of using their potential, economic potential, they'll be able to provide adequate services, be it water, sanitation, health, all the kind of SDGs that we're talking, because about 62% of the SDGs are implemented at local level. So I think my call is here is to support cities to realize their potential before even going, for any other kind of resources. We identify this, then how we collectively can support the cities to realize their potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's exactly the thing we need to work together to really help African cities to achieve the potential while addressing all the challenges, but also achieve the green economic growth. Thank you. Now, let me invite a colleague from UN Habitat.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for this invite. It's easy for us to join because we're in Nairobi, at least here at headquarters, so it's always nice to have conferences here and not have to travel very far to get to the various venues. So I just wanted to try to briefly outline the work that UN Habitat has been doing in the space of local finance. And I would just want to highlight 4 areas of work that we have primarily focused on. The first one, it really is urban planning and the implications that urban planning have on the financial realities of cities. By creating more dense, compact cities, better connected cities, we're able to reduce the infrastructure costs that cities have to bear, and we're able to ensure that financial tools such as land value capture tools can be leveraged more effectively. The second area of work that we've been doing, that we have been focusing on in the past years is own source revenues. So own source revenues are the revenues that local governments can control. They include property taxes, business licenses, etc. And they're usually one of the things that cities can work on immediately without having to have national government support, without having to have support from external partners. It's something that's within their control. It usually is not enough to allow cities to implement large infrastructure projects, but it's a very important stepping stone for cities to become more creditworthy and to be able to also maintain existing infrastructure. The third area of work we can broadly construe to be the financial strategy of cities. So this has to do with looking at the financial position of cities more holistically, not just its own source revenues, but also it transfers, how it manages debts, asset management, the public financial management more generally speaking, and trying to see with cities, what the key lever is in terms of improving the financial position, rather than just diving into doing some own source revenue work or expenditure work, really looking at the city holistically and figuring out what the binding constraints are before before coming up with reform strategies. And then the fourth area of work has to do with capital investment planning. It's really on the expenditure side. And oftentimes we say, if we were to use the existing resources more effectively, there wouldn't be a financing gap to begin with. So part of I think the work that we have to do has to do with using existing resources more effectively, figuring out which capital investment projects are likely to deliver the most bang for buck and are most in line with the citizens' needs. I realize my time is up, but just wanted to say that UN Habitat is in a period of transition. We have a new strategic plan, so our approach going forward is likely to change a little bit and will be adjusted, but I imagine that the competitive advantage that we have in terms of dealing with cities directly and leveraging the more than 40 country offices that we have around the world to implement actual projects will continue to be a cornerstone of what we do, and look forward very much to continue working with all colleagues in the room on the various aspects of local finance that are most important. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing all the fantastic work UN Habitat has been doing, and we are very proud of being partnering with colleagues from UN Habitat for many things in the recent years. Thank you. We still have a few minutes. Any colleagues want to make a further interventions? It could be a question to our panelists, could be comments, any. Okay. If not, I was wondering, could I ask a question to our panelists from Kenya, if you don't mind? I understand the UNEP team has a lot of collaboration with Kenya, including your cities. I was wondering for next 2 or 3 years, which are the areas you feel like UN agents like UNEP could be helpful, that therefore we can better prepare all the partnership preparation, etc. Any areas you mentioned many very impressive areas you've been working on. Any new areas you think we could be helpful?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. The first area will be the building climate resilience with the Urban Poor project, which Kenya and Brazil were tasked with spearheading implementation. And this is to be done in 20 African countries. So I think that will be a good entry point for UNEP to just come in terms of technical and otherwise support. I'm also looking at, I'm looking at one of the barriers for accessing financing at the subnational level and city level is the fact that the fiscal structure for county governments is quite low. It's not very established because, as we all know, the devolved governments in Kenya they're a bit still at the initial stage. So I'd look at how can we strengthen the fiscal structures for subnational cities and regions, urban areas in Kenya, so that then they're able to absorb urban climate finance, Finally, perhaps look at coming up with a framework, regulatory framework on urban climate finance. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. You mentioned the 3 areas. We certainly look forward to follow up with you and your colleagues on the building resilience, particularly for urban poor. You talk about financing for local climate actions, the regulation framework, etc. We certainly look forward to deepening our collaboration. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Any other colleagues want to make an intervention? Okay. Let me see. Mr. Guo Li Gao. Okay.
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Gao, Director General, China Center for Urban Development, National Development Reform Commission of China. I understand you just gave a lecture to national leaders of China last week. We'd love to hear more from your insights on sustainable urbanization. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I want to see some few words about the Chinese urban green financing to take this opportunity to give a very brief introduction. And in recent years, the urban green financing is developing very rapidly in China, especially in some large size and middle-sized city in China. In terms of the green loan balance, green bond issuance, and green insurance coverage, all are growing very rapidly in recent years. And because of the time limit, so I want to emphasize my points on the future prospects and some policy recommendations on the urban green financing. In China, the key priorities for the green city financing mainly include building infrastructure like green project databases, carbon markets, and green indices. To achieve green finance goals, we generalize as accessible investment, viable returns, controllable risks, and predictable outcomes. So next, I'd like to give you a very detailed 4 key recommendations. Firstly, to refine the unified green finance standard system. The standard system is very important for the cities to pursue their green financing. Cities should work with regulators and research institutions to standardize green financial products and simplify certification processes. The goal is to make credit, bonds, insurance, and funds applicable across projects, enable cross-regional recognition of project inventories, and build a full life cycle funding chain for green finance projects. Secondly, to push for integrated development of finance plus industry plus ecology. Sustainable urban finance should better integrate with industrial chains and ecosystems. We need to develop innovative financial tools like long-term credit, transition bonds, and carbon asset financing to achieve a win-win balance between economic and environmental benefits. And thirdly, digital tools is very important to enable precise fund allocation. In China, by using platforms like CityBrain and digital twin cities, we can get real-time accurate data on building, energy consumption, carbon emissions, utility bills, and rents, and so on. And fourthly, to build a collaborative mechanism involving include government, market, and the public. They all work together to encourage wider participation from private capital and residential communities in urban green initiatives, such as community green upgrades, carbon credit platforms, and green transportation incentives, fostering a new model of public engagement in green and low-carbon urban investment and financing. So that's all I want to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gao, for your very helpful insights from China. Any other colleagues want to make a final intervention? No? Okay. Again, let's give all our panelists, our colleagues who provide intervention just now another round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing our insights. Okay. Lastly, obviously not least, let me give the floor to Professor Eugene Birch, Nussdorf Professor and Co-Director, Penn Institute for Urban Research, University of Pennsylvania, to recap the discussion and outline critical areas of work, in particularly the ways by which the international community and the national governments can help unlock more financing at the local level for the SDG implementation. So, Professor Birch, you have the floor.
Thank you very, very much, and good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the Cities Unit of UNEP for what it's done today. It has offered challenges to us. It tells us what the cities are facing globally and locally. Secondly, it's been fueling optimism. By the examples that we've seen all day, we have hope. And lastly, it is promoting aspiration. We know what we have to do in the future, and we're armed to do that. So in terms of summarizing this afternoon, which is a large task, I'll go at it. First of all, I want to thank Amelia Mahara for giving us the challenge and for showing us what we face as cities and subnational government as we try to fulfill the multilateral agreements and to become more sustainable and climate resilient locally. She identified the gap. She strengthened us by talking about the economic case that we have if we work on this. She told us about the valley of death, striking, scary thing. But she also showed us that we have the Sevilla platform for local action to attack this valley of death. And we think about the Sevilla platform of action, 130 initiatives were announced. We certainly can't pursue all 130, but we know they cluster around about 3 themes. First theme is how to deal with the debt challenges that cities are facing, countries are facing. Secondly, how we deal with global financial architecture reform. And lastly, how we deal and catalyze development very appropriately. So this afternoon, we have heard many things, and I think we can summarize them under about 5 themes. The first theme is basically the fact that national governments are now recognizing the importance of subnational government. We heard this from Kenya, we heard this from Madagascar, and we can hear this in various other arenas. The second thing that we've heard, the second theme, is that of granularity. Context matters. We will not get anywhere unless we understand the context of the individual places that we're dealing with. And we've heard about how so many places are doing that. Thirdly, we've heard about how to identify sources of direct finance that exist and have examples about that. Fourth, we were reminded of the promise, the duty, and the responsibility that cities have in dealing with these issues. Fifth, We need to widen the conversation. It's enough talking to ourselves. We need to talk to Minister of Finance. We need to talk to the powers that be so that we can go forward. So let's see what some of our speakers had to say. So from Kenya, we see, in terms of this theme of recognition by national government, a new agency. It's only a few weeks old, and already it has a very impressive agenda. From, I'm afraid I'm going to have a hard time pronouncing your name, and I apologize, Ms. Raka Volamansola from Madagascar. We have heard how important it is to have a national platform and how to deal with fragmentation, to mobilize domestic finance around national priorities, but bring them down to the locality. From Mayor Barros from Moringa, we have seen how he's using the CCFLA tool to measure the readiness for finance, but also received an admonition from him. Do it yourself, figure out what you have, think about procurement, think about what your assets are. From Mr. Kamour, we heard about the Equity Group Holdings, working in 6 markets that you've identified. Important to identify markets at first where we can work, and then what works in those markets, whether it's blended finance, whether it's partnerships, and whether it's technical assistance, all of these are needed. From Anthony Oka, from C40, we know about the city financing facility and fabulous work it's doing. We are reminded by many of our speakers, but particularly by C40, of the importance of concessional loans and of the working with national banks, with Brazil being a very good example. And lastly, technical assistance. We heard from Mayor Camus about the cities being the front line. We know that, and we have to work on that, and green growth and green jobs are important. From Paul, I didn't get your last name, from Seattle, I should have. He reminded us of our duty and our responsibilities, and how faced with horrible situations such as we have in the United States and well, I won't talk about it. We have to invent and innovate and find ways to deal with these things locally. Ross Palmer from EBRD showed us about the wonderful Green Cities program they have and how important it is to engage in planning, how to work on the enabling environment, and how to prioritize infrastructure in that work. From Kali, this new experiment of biodiversity and climate, good luck. From FMD, champion mayors are here, and as you emphasize, it is the era of localization. It is the area of localization. How are we going to manage that? From UNH, United Habitat, planning, own source revenue, public finance, and capital planning are essential for what we're doing. And lastly, from the China Center for Urban Development, we, of course, heard about the power of green bonds and how standards will create the market for green bonds. So it's been a wonderful, wonderful afternoon with all of these interventions. They've been very effective and basically have shown us the landscape of who's acting in this area. We've gone from national government to state or provincial government to local government. Didn't hear too much about neighborhoods, but I know you're all working in neighborhoods. And we've heard about city networks. We've heard from mayors. We've heard from academics and researchers. This is the world in which we're acting, in which we need to go forward. I'd like to tell you a little bit about one activity that's happening right now in an effort to promote more finance, more direct finance for cities, and that is the SDSN Global Commission on Urban SDG Finance, which was created in 2023, co-chaired by Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, Eduardo Paes, the mayor of Rio de Janeiro, and Jeff Sachs. It has more than 100 members who are drawn from mayors, climate and finance experts, city network leaders, practitioners, and the idea is to develop and champion innovative ideas and solutions for increasing urban SDG finance in different geographies and contexts, balancing mitigation and adaptation. This is what we've been doing all afternoon, and this is what the Commission does. It has had a number of projects that are in alignment with what we are saying needs to be done. It's organized into 6 task forces. Each one has produced some very interesting products. On country platforms, working with CCFLA, we produced a paper called Integrating Urban Subnational Priorities into Country Platforms. Yes, we need country platforms, but they can't be country platforms without the local priorities integrating them, and we need steps to do that. We also need, and we've heard people already doing this, that cities need to create their own priorities. So RCN, the Resilient Cities Network, have produced a paper, Under Pressure, Overdue, the Portfolio Approach, Financing Cities for Resilience, talking about the ingredients of how to create that portfolio. So we're working from the top down at the country platform, we're working from the bottom up with the portfolio, and we hope they meet somewhere in between and get this message to them. A second project that we've been working on is something called the Green Cities Guarantee Fund. This afternoon, we've heard a lot about the necessity of de-risking investment. We're not going to de-risk investment unless we can figure out ways to make sure that those investors get the return on money that they expect. One solution to this, it's not a silver bullet, but it's one solution. It's being worked on by FMDB, it's being worked on by AFD, and is worked on by us, is to create a fund that would be an insurance fund so that would encourage those to want to invest, particularly in the private sector. We've been working with the Latin American Development Bank, identifying the stakeholders that we need to do this, how to institutionalize such a fund within a sponsor, and the size of the fund, what the leverage would be, what the business model would be, and so forth. So the details of the work need to take place. The third project we've been working on is understanding those indices that are measuring decentralization. We have many indices around the world that the nations use and funders use to understand how much decentralization occurs at the local level. That is, what powers are measured and given to subnational government. Well, guess what? These indices, I'm going to use a bad word, stink. They don't work. They're awful. And so we need to think of ways to really measure decentralization and how effective it is and so forth. In line with that, we're working with in 3 countries, Argentina, Brazil, and Colombia, to deep dive into the enabling environment that we all talk about. We need to talk to the lawyer. We're talking to the lawyers, we're talking to the bankers, we've talked to the mayors here, but it's the people who are putting these deals together that are going to help us identify what regulatory changes we need as we go forward. Lastly, on adaptation and resilience and mitigation. UNEP has done terrific work on this topic. We've been working on that with them on how to trace the financing that's going on in adaptation. We produced a report, Gray to Green, that talks about a method for looking at that, and more recently has been working with Seattle and other cities of the Restoration Generation Group to work with the actual people in the cities, in the agencies, to help them track exactly how much money they're spending on adaptation. It's not known. And if you don't have the data, you're not going to get anywhere. And I think that's the big message that we have today. That data is critical, that we have the challenge, we have the optimism, we have the aspiration, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Birch. And I also want to thank all our speakers, panelists, for your valuable contributions today. We will now have around 15 minutes break. Let's reconvene around 4:45, not around, sorry, 4:45 sharp for our final session of the day, where we will reflect on the summit outcomes and link them to UNEA 7 and the upcoming milestones on the global sustainability agenda. Thank you very much.
thank you to everyone for coming to the table. So if I may get started, we have a slightly long agenda for the closing session, so we have quite a lot to cover. And the objective of this afternoon section, or this closing session, is going to be to try to make the connections to the upcoming processes and initiatives that we have ahead of us, whether it's the Innovative for Cities Conference, the Conference of the Parties meetings, whether it's at the Biodiversity Convention, at the Climate Change Convention, or the Debt Certification Convention next year, but also very much, of course, the 13th session of the World Urban Forum, as well as the forthcoming IPCC special report on climate change and cities. And we'll also use this session to summarize the key messages from the local government constituency towards UNEA, towards the Assembly, including the draft outcome document that has been prepared by the local authorities major group. So moving on, let me introduce the panel that will be first joining us in discussing how we can explore the role of cities and regions to strategically engage in these upcoming global processes and initiatives. Now, allow me to introduce our honorable speakers. We will first hear from His Excellency Ambassador Mirko Giulietti, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Switzerland and Kenya. Welcome, Ambassador. We will also be hearing from Rafael Tatz, Director of the Global Solutions Division of UN Habitat and co-lead of the Local 2030 Coalition. We will also be hearing from Mr. Jordi Llopart, Senior Advisor to the Administrator at UNDP. And we will finally be hearing from Ms. Camelia Kemileva, Co-Director of the Global Cities Hub. Ambassador Giulietti, we're very excited about the partnership that UNEP has been having with Switzerland, not only on cities, but of course stretching well beyond, and the many things that we've done together, whether it's on buildings, on cooling, on food systems, and of course supporting the implementation at the local level of the Be Cool projects as part of the Cool Coalition. Now, next year, you will be hosting, together with the Global Alliance for Buildings, the construction summit, the Buildings and Construction Summit in Lausanne. And if you could please give us a sense about what opportunities for further engagement will cities be having in the decarbonization of the built environment. Let me hand over to you, Ambassador.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Peralta, for giving me the mic. I have accepted this invitation with a certain apprehension, I cannot deny it. Speaking in front of a specialist in environment, in urban planning, and in local governance is quite a difficult task. And to facilitate my task and try not to be too much boring as usual, allow me to say it. I mean, Swiss diplomats were rather boring. I will try to accompany my short intervention with some paintings. If I may have the first slide.
Can we please have the ambassador's slides on the screen?
This one is the Cana's Wedding. It's a painting from the 14th century, and it's not a snapshot. It's a movie. We don't see now the details, but if you see from the highest corner, the left one, you have Jesus and the Holy Maria. A little bit down, you have some servants with glass. The glass. And if you see the other servants at the table, they are already serving wine. So this is, I said, it's not a snapshot, it's a movie. There is a story in this painting. It's one of my favorite paintings just for this reason. Why did I choose this one? It goes from speech to implementation. And this is exactly what I would try to do with the summit that Mr. Peralta has mentioned in Lausanne next year, in April next year. And by convening all the actors, mayors, urban planners, researchers, from people from the academia, diplomats, national level, local level, we will try to give the opportunity, particularly to the local authorities, to get away with some wine and to get away with some concrete idea that then you can implement on the ground. So this conference the aim is implementation. Switzerland, we will have two major topics that are interesting for us. Next slide, if I may. This is a small 20 centimeter per 30 centimeters. I don't know whether it's a painting, but the paint is just brushed some cement on the canvas. And cement will be one of the topics that Switzerland will be presenting at the summit. I've learned it very recently, I have to admit, is LC3 cement, which is limestone calcined clay cement, LC3. And when I read it, next slide please, I got a little bit confused, but in Switzerland we have this LC1 yogurt. So, I mean, having yogurt is very good for the digestive apparatus. Eating cement, I doubt that would be very good. But, next slide. Again, on cement, LC3, as you may know, the production of LC3 emits 40% less CO2 than the Portland cement. I see a lot of heads nodding. You know that better than I do. But it was LC3 is a product from the Swiss Institute of Technology in Lausanne, where this conference will be hosted. And our Swiss Agency for Development contributed into transfer this technology into production into the markets. So LC3 will be, or cement in general, will be one of our topic. Less carbon, using local materials, largely available on the spot, and not importing, exporting, with all the transport costs that they follow. The second topic, if I may, the next slide, the second topic of interest of Switzerland, this is a nice book from Andy Warhol, is the passive cooling. We have heard this morning from the chairperson of the UNEP 7 how resilience when it comes to passive cooling is nothing new. It's inherited. I mean, if you see many buildings, particularly in the Middle East, they are built in order to be passive cooling. And this is extremely important. They are measures easily implementable. They are not costly. They are local. And everyone can adapt its own solution to its own problem. But again, what is important for us in Lausanne, again, is just to exchange ideas and to give concrete examples to you, to the local leaders, to local authorities, that you can implement. You can exchange. I'm sure that many of you have implemented projects, have very good ideas that you can share among yourselves. And bringing together a good mix. This was for my first point.
And you've stayed perfectly within your 5 minutes, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Thank you for an enlightening presentation, including visually. And I also have to thank you because your delegation is going to be, your delegation is going to be hosting the reception this evening. So our appreciation to you for your generosity.
I will have another painting for the reception.
Looking forward to that, Ambassador. Let me now turn to Raphael Tutz at UN Habitat. Now, Raphael, or I was told to say Raf, but I always find that my name to be pronounced that way
the major trend is that we can see a very clear increase of the scale, increase of the maturity, increase of the actionability of the urban commitments in the climate targets. We have seen this. It has been discussed already this morning, but it is actually quite dramatic, and it shows that cities and regions are not just there as an actor, but they're ready to shape the overall global response to climate. And we have heard some figures in the morning. 80% of the NDCs now include cities in framing the adaptation and mitigation action. Doubling of the urban content, that's quite significant since the last round. But also, for instance, housing and informal settlements is now present, is acknowledged in half of the NDCs, which is quite a significant increase, and it's very much, we're responding to that in our own strategic plan. We have seen that also in the ministerial meeting in Belém, where there was a separate discussion on informal settlements, and as the governor, Sakaja said in this morning, it is about treating housing and informality more as an infrastructure for equality than just housing as a speculative commodity. It means we are really looking more to the human rights dimension of human settlements and linking that with climate adaptation. I think this is a very important development that we're seeing recently in the climate field. We're also seeing very strong connection between different levels of government, so the multi-level governance is taking shape. And we're seeing also, as we just discussed in the afternoon, very strong connection between ambition and financing systems in the national plans. 75% of them have very concrete finance ambition. And that's why we have decided, and our governing council has endorsed, that this indicator of the urban content of NDCs, the monitoring of that is a very good indicator moving forward to track. The question is, what are the trends? In which direction are we going? So we are now translating this dynamic, these trends, into two of the forums where we have a strong influence. One is the World Urban Forum, and the other one is the Local 2030 Coalition, where we are a co-chair. In terms of the World Urban Forum, and the ambassador of Azerbaijan has already mentioned this morning, is 17th to 22nd of May next year. And the topic of the forum, the main theme of the forum, is housing as a driver of inclusive, resilient, and sustainable urban development. And we have a full dialogue. One of the main kind of high-level discussions is focusing on this climate housing nexus. So it's really, for us, totally on top of the agenda towards the forum. The forum will also be a checkpoint for the new urban agenda. It is 10 years next year that the new urban agenda was adopted by member states, and we are having a ministerial meeting to look at progress, again with a very strong emphasis on the climate dimension of the new urban agenda towards the July review meeting, 16 to 17 July in New York, back-to-back with a high-level political forum. So these are two very important moments for us. Now, the Local 2030 Coalition is an opportunity to amplify these messages across the United Nations system. We are a grouping of 14 UN entities that all believe, practice localization in their work, whether it is food, whether it's health, whether it's development. My colleague from UNDP is here, ILO on labor. All these 14 entities have a way on emphasizing the importance to listen to local actors and to stimulate local action, also through local finance. And so one of the important works that the coalition has done this year is to join up to have a strong input into the civil platform for action on localizing finance. And this platform is allowing and has a number of different initiatives included in this platform that all are focusing the localization of climate finance and other types of development finance, co-led by Spain and OECD. And we are putting the follow-up of this Seville platform of action at the center of the work of this coalition of 14 UN entities. And this is also supported by the joint SDG fund, whereby we have a marker making sure that all the projects that are approved through this fund have a strong localization content in terms of the consultations around this project, but also the implementation of this project. So this is how we are turning these trends into our, where we can influence major efforts in the coming year.
Thank you, Rafael. This is a great segue. Thank you very much. And this is a great segue to Jordi's intervention. You were talking a minute ago about the Sevilla Platform for Action, which of course includes multiple elements regarding local finance. So, Jordi, can you please elaborate on that, and how do you see the role of the Local 2030 Coalition and UNDP supporting this platform next year, and how can integrated national financing frameworks be leveraged to unlock resources for cities and regions? Over to you, Jordi.
Yeah, thank you, Rafael, and thank you to the UNEP colleagues for inviting UNDP at this very important forum. We really appreciate it, and congratulations the UNEP colleagues for the successful organization of this. Again, UNDP has been an active partner on this Local 2030 Coalition operation since its inception. We co-chaired the coalition from the beginning until relatively recently. We continue supporting the co-chairs today, FAO and UN Habitat, and we are strongly committed to land our work at the national and international level, to the local level as well, in partnership with the experts, with the UN Habitat, with UNEP, and with other colleagues that are really working on the ground. One of the impacts that what Ralph was mentioning, that we jointly can proudly say that we inspired member states in Sevilla, was to bring the notion of the integrated national financing frameworks, an Addis Abeba agreed, intergovernmentally agreed language and process, underscore it in Sevilla again, and with the potentiality to be localized, territorialized. And the idea of the Local 2030 Coalition Sevilla Platform of Action is to take those national processes in those countries where the national process is mature and bring them to the local level to help the local subnational space to identify their local objectives, and then work with a diversity of actors in funding and finding the resources to support the achievement of those priorities. And this, again, doesn't step on the toes of any other process that is already in place. The idea here is using intergovernmentally agreed language, and there's been debate around this table about the lack of connectivity between national priorities and the local level priorities, or how there is a little bit of a struggle in this kind of debate. The idea is to use nationally agreed language and territorialize it, and to leverage that space for the local governments, not to have only voice, but to actually do what they are best at doing, which is to get things done. And the idea is to have a diversity of countries, 40 of them, it's called in the SPA, 40 of them, where we can implement the so-called integrated local financing frameworks. And it's a process. It's a process that is all-encompassing. The way that we're looking at 2026, for instance, in terms of the idea for the Local 2030 Coalition, would be to look at mapping out a group of countries where the national process is already mature, and try to organize 2-3 days meetings, a marketplace type of a space, where the diversity of UN agencies, the diversity of actors working on the local level of space, can offer the tools to the local level to map out those financing plans that are needed to support their development objectives. This is the way that as UNDP and as local 2030 coalition member, we see how we can leverage global processes, national processes, and support the local level where it's needed. I have several examples. We can elaborate further if there are questions about it, but the fundamental idea is to break free of those silos where there is a process in place and that is my process is the one that works. Member states have clearly decided in Sevilla to go for it, to go for the integrated national financing frameworks, and they have decided to help that space to be localized. And so the United Nations mandate is to follow UN member state direction, and therefore we are here to support the local level to localize those spaces. Let me stop here for now and maybe get back to you if there are questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordi, and thank you very much. And we very much look forward to continue working with you on the local 2030 coalition on everything having to do with financing. Camelia, let me turn over to you. And first, I want to thank you for the support that you've given to our team in organizing this summit. Now, the UN Forum of Mayors, the UNEA Cities Summit, or this summit the Cities and Regions Summit, my apologies, and other multilateral frameworks obviously offer great opportunities for cities and regions to engage globally. Now, what practical steps do you see that could be taken to amplify local and regional governments' voices in these processes and create stronger synergies across the triple planetary crisis? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Rafael. So I'm the last speaker of the day before the conclusions. I didn't want to make a competition with Ambassador Giulietti because I know he's the master of this type of PowerPoints. So I will try to be as brief as interesting as possible. The Global Cities Hub has been created, unlike probably other networks, it is not a network, to connect the cities and regions with member states, because the multilateral diplomacy, and you hear me repeat this in different forums, belongs quite exclusively in the hands of central governments and member states. So I decided to come back a little bit to this constitutional basis of the Global Cities Hub to connect more with UNEA, because we didn't speak that much about UNEA today, and to give you first the good news. The good news is that this year resolutions are more or less more connected, including the ministerial declaration, as we thank the President, and also the UNEP midterm strategy and budget. All these documents are more connected to local and regional governments in environmental policymaking, which is a good news. Message is strong from local authorities, major group. We need more inclusion. We have good practices. Message is clear. Approximately 70% of the climate and other environmental solutions happen first and mostly on local level. We've heard from the governor. I spent yesterday with the deputy governor here. They clean the river, they regulate the traffic, they build affordable housing for people in slum. Really, it comes from local and regional governments here and elsewhere. We haven't heard today, but several cities and regions, and this is actually quite new phenomenon, are increasingly donors to other cities and regions. So this is a twinning with cities and regions, but also donors in multilateral sphere, for the moment not recognized. We had a platform in the Global Cities Hub some days ago, and one of these regions, which I will not quote, said that currently they're a bigger donor to the United Nations system than the United States of America. So it's happening. On the flip side, the local and regional governments are still too much connected and dependent, allow me the word, of national governments. There are legal limits in most countries. We've heard from Brazil. Okay, Brazil is not the case. I've heard from Belgium, Flanders, Wallonie-Bruxelles, they're quite free. But in many, many countries, you need to pass everything through the government. And especially if you are a mayor from the opposition, it doesn't work well. But even if you are not a mayor from the opposition, it doesn't work all the time. So that's the reality. Whatever we do, whatever we say, platforms, it's useful, but it's not enough. Speaking about fiscal political limits, we have all this. So in short, cities and regions may act, they may help themselves. Cities and regions in some parts of the world can support cities and regions in other parts of the world. Again, some of them are already there, but the more action on multilateral level is needed. And some cities and regions are interested to be on the global table, rather others are not. We say this at the Global Cities Hub, you have to make good practices to showcase what you are doing, your examples, to member states, not only to your national government, because there is, in some countries, some dialogue, in other countries, there is no dialogue between local and regional governments, but also an international sphere. It's not a blah, blah. It's really a point where you are listened by the member states, and you can influence by negotiating in the processes that you mentioned, Rafael and others. And this is again, and I finish by this because it's another truth, many intergovernmental organizations, actually all of them, they're called intergovernmental organizations, including UNEP. You have a mandate and you have to work with member states. This is what you are created for. That's why it is a secretariat. And that's why we need to change, not to change negatively, but positively to influence this mandate, to influence the resolutions, to influence all the documents as we started, in order for them to mention local and regional governments, and in order to international governmental organizations to have a proper mandate to work with them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Camelia. And indeed, mandates it's something that the world is going to have to be looking at very carefully. Now, if I may turn back to the four of you for one quick minute round, just to highlight one opportunity, if you could, for this upcoming global process that we've been talking about that you believe cities and regions could seize. Ambassador, may I start with you?
Thank you very much. This morning, Edie Inger Anderson said something that I think it's wrap up everything what I wanted to say under this minute. And she said, and I'm quoting her, "What happened in the cities shapes the world." In fact, 70% of the world GDP is produced in cities. 80% of the green gas emissions are in the city. Cities have absolutely to be included in the international negotiations. As Camelia just said, I'm here. Position is an official one, but I know that it's rather discussed even in my capital. But we really think that it is important that local authorities be not only executors, but also be part of thinking and shaping the decision at multilateral level. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. Rafael, may I turn it to you?
Yes, there is an opportunity, I believe, next year at the end of June here in Nairobi, when the Innovate for Cities will be organized. It's a series of conferences that tries to bring together science and cities. And so it is organized at the end of June here in Nairobi, and it is explicitly designed to provide an input into the IPCC's special report on cities. So it is strategically positioned for that, to take stock of the global research and connect it with the practitioners. And as we know, these IPCC special reports, they shape the global discourse on cities and climate change. They will shape it for the coming years. So we believe that this Innovate for Cities conference at the end of June next year is a very good opportunity to influence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jordi, over to you.
I'm tempted to provoke a little bit here because I do hear, and again, after many years as secretary of my own agency's governing body, I've heard for many, many years the importance of these multilateral negotiations and the importance of having voice in those spaces. And it's critical. It's of critical importance. But I think we miss the chance to demonstrate with real actions when we're looking for always the voice in those spaces. I think it's now, I think somebody said it's the era of localization. I think it was our colleague from FMDB. I agree with that. It's also the era of getting it done, on landing these internationally agreed processes at the local level where it matters. So for me, the opportunity is not at the global level, at a single moment in the calendar. The opportunities are around you. As local governments closer to your citizens, you have the opportunity to bring those nationally agreed intergovernmental processes home. And again, insisting on the integrated local financing frameworks, you have the opportunity to bring those UN languages closer to the citizens and localize those dynamics. I think that's the opportunity that we have ahead of us, not only 2026, but in the run-up to 2030 and beyond, because this doesn't end in 2030. Unfortunately, I mean, if we would have ended in 2030, we would have achieved our objectives. And so I wanted to provoke a little bit with this because as important as it is, and again, we are working around United Nations processes for many years, I think what really matters is how this translates on the ground. And I would invite the local governments to continue doing what you're doing at your best, which is to implement at the local level and use those levers, those spaces to bring it home. Over.
Thank you, Jordi. And Camilla, may I come to you last?
You can. So I'm last. So you provoked, I will go a level further, if I can. So there is a famous sentence, which is justice must not only be done, but must be seen to be done. So I should say local level innovation, as I said, is happening, but must not only happen, as you say, it's the first level, it must be seen to be happen. On multilateral level, again, these are member states. So one opportunity, and I've been discussing, I'm not quoting anyone here, it's just only my idea here, is that this summit and regional summit is institutionalized, also with member states, more participative project for the UNEP 2028, real exchange, and also we have member states who support projects in cities, as you said, Switzerland, but not only. So institutionalized within UNEA and more discussion with member states and local and regional governments will be my dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the four of you. And I'd say, Camilla, you're going to have a new presidency of the Environment Assembly being elected next week. And perhaps you may use your powers of persuasion at that time. But thanks to the four of you, very much appreciated. Let me now turn to the co-facilitators of the Local Authorities Major Group, to UNEP, UCLG, represented by Carlos Mascarell, Head of Regional Affairs, as well as obviously ICLEI, represented by Mr. Magash Naidu, Head of Circular Development. Dear Carlos and Magash, let me first express our thanks for our great collaboration in the lead up to the summit. And I'd like now to invite you to recap some of the outcomes of this summit, but also to share with us elements of the draft outcome document prepared by the major group and the Global Task Force of local and regional governments. And if you could also speak about the upcoming opportunities for the participants to engage in the major groups and stakeholders forums this weekend, that would be great. Over to you, Carlos Magash.
Yeah, I mean, here we are, I mean, I'm a single person, but it's like if I would be two persons in one, which is with my colleague Magash from ICLEI. It's interesting, I will bring a bit of a personal touch before I go into the details of the outcome document, and it connects well with what Camelia has just said, and I had a discussion before with a colleague from this room. I come from an experience in Brussels of 13 years, and now I'm more at the global level, working at UCLG, which is a federation of federations of local government, to put it in a funny way. And I think if we see how multilateralism is right now, and I was telling this to my colleague, international organizations do not exist by themselves. It is what member states make of them. So when I hear certain voices attacking the UN or even the EU, and we see it in the Commission as well, at the European Union level, when member states do not like the outcome, they will blame the Commission. When they like the outcome, they will say that it's them bringing that outcome to the international stage, right? So I think the discussion we have here and the fact that this summit needs to be recognized officially as a permanent structure of local governments in future UNEA summits is very well. I do agree with what Camelia mentioned there, and we need to make an effort and push member states to be more present in this type of meetings, but to ensure, and this brings me also to the UN reform, that we simplify it and that we have a true dialogue. And I think the EU is a good inspiration on that. The system works. You can criticize it, but the system is the same for every process. And this connects me a bit to what we've been mentioning before. Yunus presented it this morning. From a local perspective, we have been trying to do this, coordinating, having two co-chairs in this meeting with ICLEI and us for this local authorities major group within this particular process. We have other organizations in the UN for other processes, which are all of them part of the Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments. Several organizations present here are part of this effort. I want to recall it, C40 is here and others, ICLEI and us as well, of course. So I think we try to do this effort of not duplicating. So I wanted to start by that, and of course we want to mirror that those efforts are being done as well by international process organizations like this one. Sorry, I have to go back to the speech. Yeah, so on the outcome document, we've been working on it for a while already. And this is, of course, a document which is done by the local authorities major group and also endorsed by the Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments, okay? Many of the things that have been said today are included already in the task force. So in this respect, I think the triple crisis that we've been working on during the day of today, but also on the previous days, summarizes perfectly the climate change crisis, the biodiversity loss, and the pollution crisis, right? In this respect, this crisis, and I think it's important to remember it, converge particularly in our territories. And this is why this is important in our cities, but also our regions, our towns, and our rural areas, correct? So this is important to recall to member states and all the negotiating parties next week, and also during the OECPR this week. Also public investment, 40% of public investment takes place at the local or regional level, so we need to be aware that without local governments you cannot implement solutions. That's very important. And UNEA cannot advance, and I will put it very blunt, multilateralism must become truly multi-level. There is no other solution. I know we've been repeating this for years, but as a teacher of mine used to say, repetition is quite pedagogic as well. So shared vision, I will summarize a bit the discussions of today, which perfectly align with what we've been discussing along the past months as well in 5 calls, which is trying to turn a vision into practice around 5 topics. So first, the reform of the global financial architecture. So we need long-term financing for territories, direct access to global funds, stronger fiscal decentralization. Many of the interventions today have addressed these issues. I won't repeat it because you have it on the outcome document. Also the risking tools, and I think this is important for multilateral development banks. The risking is probably one of the most important things we need in order to fight climate change and make sure we align the different partners. Then we need as well to institutionalize multi-level governance. We've been repeating it as well along the day today. We need to be recognized formally as essential actors in environmental policy making. That's also one of the elements that we want to highlight from this call. Then the third element is integrate climate, nature, and people. So of course, territorial planning needs to link the ecosystem protection with essential services. You cannot separate this, and use network-based solution, develop resilience-based bankability metrics, and ensure that environmental action strengthens social cohesion and inclusion. So we cannot separate this, and we see this in many debates. Or you fight climate change, or you protect the people and workers. No, we need to make sure that we find a common ground there. Then elevate subnational diplomacy. This is a bit connected to what I've said before, but this is important. We have discussion today on MAAs and the role of local and regional governments, and it is important to recall it, and we have it in our outcome document. And then a people-centered just transition. That would be the last element of this outcome document. You can read it, or I can forward it to you afterwards if you don't have it. So we want to put care, gender equality, social protection, and frontline workers at its core. This is what we want. Without this, I think anything else would make sense. In terms of process, and I will let also Magash intervene also probably for what we'll be doing next week. Tomorrow, we have the Global Stakeholders Forum and Major Groups meeting, which goes all over the weekend. We are one of the constituents of this major group. So, of course, this document aims to serve as food for thought and also as an outcome to be feeding into the formal process recognized within the Global Major Group and Stakeholders Forum. There we have a series of discussions and we will bring this as an outcome there. And this aligns perfectly with other processes we've been participating as a constituency in FFD4, in Seville, COP, Urban 20, all the processes going on, we try to come with a unique voice. So last but not least, we are ready as local governments to co-lead this, and as networks we try to help you in doing that and provide the platform to discuss that. And we need member states to match that with ambition, with the mandate, and with the financial resources we need. So that's all from my side, and I don't know if Magash wants to complement a bit on this. Thank you.
I thought I was just sitting here for moral support, but maybe a round of applause for him, yeah. Maybe just a few points. The first, I know you were being provocative with some statements, so maybe I can take it a little bit further. I think instead of waiting for some of these resolutions to actually be adopted, why don't we try and see what we can cook with the ingredients that we have? And I think this is becoming important. For example, if you look at what's happened with the plastics treaty negotiations and some of the delays, the decentralized action of local and subnational governments, I think, are going to become critical. So we don't necessarily, in some instances, need these signals, resolutions to start action. I think it can already start. So I think this is the main point. What we will do now, and what we have been doing through the engagement with the old faces and with some of the new faces in the room, is translating, not from English to another language, but translating how the language is packaged from these discussions into next week, and ensuring that some of the language finds its way into these operative paragraphs in the resolutions. And I think a lot of the work that cities do now that come from the Paris Agreement, it's very similar processes that happen here. It's like negotiating different types of Paris agreements or resolutions that give rise to such action. So implementing, or influencing rather, these resolutions up front allows for better integration and implementation later on. So I think we're coming towards the end of the day, so I won't go further.
Thanks to the two of you, much appreciated, and I hope that many of you will be joining the forum this week, and I think there will be a good number of amazing conversations that will complement whatever, some of what has been discussed today. Now, let me turn it to Mayor Balakshar Kasi, the mayor of Turbat in Pakistan, who will be reporting back on Monday on the outcomes of the summit at the opening of UNEA. And thank you, Mayor, for playing that role on Monday. Now, Mayor, if I could invite you to please outline the key takeaways from today's exchange, but also to let us know your vision for your city, for Turbat, and your perspective on the importance of local action to achieve the global goals. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished mayors and governor, colleagues, partner, and friends. First of all, let me apologize that I missed a part of the meeting. My flight was delayed, and so is the flight of my colleague and friend, Ali Nizar, who will deliver this statement to member states on Monday. So we share the responsibility to report with him. Let me now extend my sincere thanks and congratulations to all of you for shaping a successful, deeply meaningful UNEP 7 Cities and Regions Summit. Today, local and regional leaders from across the world came together with a shared ambition to demonstrate that global environmental goals can only be achieved when local action is recognized, empowered, and equitably resourced. Throughout the day, we have discussed the challenges that cities and regions, and indeed the world, face as we strive to advance sustainable solutions for a resilient planet. We have also shown through examples our commitments to local leadership, which is one of the most powerful levers we have to address the triple planetary crisis. This summit is taking place at a time challenging environmental multilateralism. At the same time, the crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution are deepening, and the window for decisive action is narrowing. Yet here in this room, we found a great willingness to collaborate across borders, sectors, and all levels of governments, and a clear commitment to ensuring that multilateralism remains effectively inclusive and solutions-driven. My primary observation from this extraordinary gathering is that cities and regions are redesigning the paths through which the world confronts the triple planetary crisis. They are not waiting for perfect conditions. They are creating new models, new partnerships, and new approaches that are already delivering impact. Allow me now to reflect on several key takeaways that will shape our collective journey forward. One, when cities and regions act, the world moves. Across continents, we see cities and urban areas rethinking how to plan, build, and live, integrating green spaces, investing in clean transport, reusing resources, restoring degraded lands, and strengthening resilience. These are not isolated examples. They show a powerful truth. Cities and urban areas are engines of innovation and cooperation, and they can lead us toward a future that is both sustainable and fair. We heard this morning about Nairobi cleaning the local river, municipalities and regions acting elsewhere with what they can do, acting like this for the whole planet. Sharing those practices and discussing together makes this summit so important at every UNA, and especially now. It brings together those who are closest to the people and the planet, those who translate global commitments into local progress. It is a reminder that achieving the goals of United Nations Environment Assembly, the Rio Conventions, and the 2030 Agenda depends on the collective strength of local and regional action. When we connect the leadership of mayors and governors with national and global policy making, we turn ambition into reality and obtain tangible results from concrete actions. Two, multi-level governance is the backbone of implementation of multilateral environmental agreements. Effective governance means recognizing that the environmental crises we face are interconnected and that solving one strengthens progress on the others. When cities bring nature into their plans, restoring rivers, creating green spaces, and reducing pollution, they contribute to climate resilience and biodiversity protection at the same time. Local and regional governments need defined rules with national climate and biodiversity frameworks and a formal position in reporting mechanisms for national determined contribution, national biodiversity strategies and action plans, and others. But recognition alone is not enough. Cities and regions also need tools, data, and technical capacity to design synergistic action. Without these, they cannot optionalize the ambition embedded in global and national frameworks. 3, access to finance is the key to unlocking synergistic local and regional action. If multi-level governance is the backbone, finance is the bloodstream. Without it, no city can meaningfully scale action. Local and regional governments face a challenge of how to handle responsibilities and their fiscal space. We must also overcome the financial barriers that prevent cities from reaching their full potential. But how? On behalf of many secondary cities, and we heard this morning same challenges even in developed countries like Spain and Catalan municipalities, importantly, cities and regions cannot unlock transformative changes when funding streams are limited to single sectors. Climate, biodiversity, water, pollution, and resilience projects must be linked. Institution must put in place the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, FFD4. The reality is stark. Everywhere, $7 trillion still flow into activities that harm nature, while only a small fraction supports nature-based solutions, and even less reaches cities. This imbalance must change. Investment in green infrastructure, in resilient housing, in sustainable transport, and in urban nature are not costs. They are long-term investment in people's health, in safety, in prosperity. We also heard clearly today that climate finance, biodiversity finance, and resilience finance must be aligned, accessible, and integrated, not locked into sectoral silos. We know that many in the room, such as the Sustainable Commission of Professor Penn, who spoke earlier, is working on this. We need to continue the effort. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, as reporter, my friend Ali Nazar from Addu city will bring your voices, recommendations, and examples to the opening plenary of UNEP 7. They will serve as a powerful reminder that advancing sustainable solutions for a resilient planet begins with enabling those closest to communities, ecosystems, and the daily realities of environmental change. We are also adopting an outcome document to materialize these recommendations and commitments. I want to commend your dedication, your creativity, your persistence, but I also urge you and all of us to go further. The scale of the crisis demands that we accelerate and scale up our efforts. What works in one city must inspire 10 more. What succeeds at the local level must shape national and international policy. Let us carry forward today's momentum into the negotiations, into the upcoming global forums, and into the daily work that each of you leads on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Greatly appreciated. And I'm going to turn to Martin Krause, the Director of the Climate Change Division at UNEP, to help us close the summit. And then I think we will hear some final words from Gulnara. But Martin, let me hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Rafael. Excellencies, Ambassador, partners, colleagues. Dear mayors and representatives from municipalities, counties and cities, may I suggest that in future when we have international meetings and UN conferences, that after having said excellencies, ambassadors and all of that, we add dear mayors and representatives of local authorities. That will go a long way. That will go a long way in acknowledging and recognizing the role that cities are playing in our environmental agenda, in our climate agenda. It has been a full day. It is Friday late afternoon. The room is still full. We have several hundred online participants, as far as I know, right? It, in fact, has been a day full of energy, full of solutions, full of inspiration. I just came back from COP30 in Brazil, and some of you also have attended the COP. There are many media reports about what COP has achieved and not achieved. One thing, and that is kind of a personal highlight for me, was the visible engagement of subnational actors on the climate agenda, which in fact I believe is not just the climate agenda, it is a local development agenda. In Belém, whenever there was a side event or a mandated event or a big meeting where subnational actors and mayors and local actors were participating, there was a dynamic, there was an energy in the room. That was not always the case in the main negotiation room, as you know, if you have followed the COP. Now, climate action at the local level, at the cities and county level, in my view, is only an entry point for an agenda that is much broader. And that is an agenda, as the governor of Nairobi said this morning, is an agenda that brings food on the table for poor families, that creates employment, that lowers electricity bills, that creates green spaces for mental and recreational relaxation, and that lowers temperatures in urban heat islands. All of that is encompassed in a way in this agenda that we are pursuing. This is, I believe, our cities and our regions' agenda. And that, I also believe, is why local politicians have actually become the drivers on environmental, on climate mitigation, and on climate adaptation. It is a local level where the global issues become real and palpable. It is a local level where global goals are delivered or not, or fail. Climate impacts, as we have seen in many of the stories and examples, climate impacts are often an abstract concept that is very hard to grasp. But climate impacts are cascading, are compounding, and are intersecting with ecosystem degradation, desertification, and pollution. And that is where we have the link to what is happening next week at UNEA. We are talking here about the triple planetary crisis that is becoming palpable, that is becoming local and felt at the level of municipalities and cities. And that is why I believe mayors and local authorities are more and more moving into the driver's seat when it comes to action on climate and on the broader environmental agenda. This is what I've seen at the COP30, and that is what I feel in the room here also today. Colleagues, this meeting here, this summit, is actually the moment to plan and to collaborate more proactively, including for a scenario and a world that we are calling the climate overshoot. If you have followed what we have published a couple of weeks ago in the emission gap report, you have seen that even if all the NDCs are being implemented, which obviously is questionable, but let's say all the NDCs are being implemented, we are still heading for a world of between 2.3 and 2.5 degrees Celsius of warming. And that's what we call an overshoot scenario. If we do not implement the NDCs and just continue business as usual, we are heading for a world of 2.8 degrees Celsius of warming. Now, if we are confronted with these scenarios, it becomes obvious that our agenda here, the agenda of cities and regions, is really becoming more and more urgent. Extreme heat is the deadliest climate hazard, causing almost 500,000 deaths per year. The urban areas are disproportionately affected due, as I mentioned earlier, the urban heat island effect, where local temperatures can rise up to 10 degrees Celsius higher than in the surrounding rural areas. Now, colleagues, you have discussed here in some detail today how can we better connect the national level with the local level from a governance perspective, and how can we all of that then connect to the global level. From the MEA tracker that was also presented here earlier, we saw encouraging signs. More of the MEAs are actually formally recognizing the role of local and regional governments. And I give you 3 examples. The climate COP. Decisions actually in the last 10 years have reaffirmed this through the launching of the Glasgow Climate Pact, the launch of the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships for Climate Action, also called the CHAMP. That was done at COP28. Where we have now 75 countries that are supporting it. When it comes to biodiversity, we have the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that explicitly calls for subnational action through the target number 12, treating cities and regions as formal and structured implementation partners. And here I want to make reference to the call for implementation. We have heard that in Belém, the COP30 was named the implementation COP. Let's make UNEA and let's make this summit here an implementation summit, an implementation UNEA, where we move away from sometimes political and ideological negotiations towards practical solutions, and we look at implementation. How can we make finance work? How can we make these things work that we are talking about? That is really important. From the discussions, we saw cities and regions moving from ad hoc coordination to coherent governance systems, which include institutional reforms and the integration of urban priorities under a shared national framework. Finance. This was a big part of the debate here also today. Now, can we redirect municipal budgets towards projects, and can we have budget lines in municipal budgets that are explicitly embracing the solutions that we are waiting for being picked up? Solutions, examples of what can be done and what is being done have been presented here today in the summit. Solutions are waiting to be picked up, to be scaled up, to be implemented. The recognition of cities and regions as critical actors must translate into financing. We need to mobilize the public, the private, and the philanthropic resources. To meet climate biodiversity and land degradation targets, the annual nature-based investments must more than double. This comes from a report that we have done 2 years ago. Must more than double to, and here's a figure that is in the 2023 report, 542 billion US dollars. Cities, as we have heard also today, are the economic centers generating over 70% of global GDP. Cities can be a catalyst for financial transformation. Let's work on that. The mayor, or the governor who was speaking here today earlier in the morning, he has called for something like a local climate development bank. How about that as an idea to take forward? How about municipal bonds, green bonds? We have experience with that. It's not that we are starting from scratch on that. Let's make it work at scale. Let's look into that. There are solutions for these things. So, colleagues, I come to the closure of my closure speech here. Let's look at scale and speed. Scale and speed. This is what we need. As UNEP, and UNEP is your partner in all of this, we are very appreciative of the amazing partnerships that we have established over the years with many of you here in the room, and I mention only a few. Apologies for forgetting maybe others, and that is UN Habitat, ICLEI, the Local Governments for Sustainability, the United Cities and Local Governments, the Global Cities Hub, the World Resources Institute, the C40, many others. Those partners with whom we have been working are essential in advancing the local action and enabling the implementation on the ground. Next Monday, and I'm grateful to the mayor here from Turbot, he will present the outcomes of this summit at the opening of the UNEA 7. Mayor, let's carry the energy that is in this room over the weekend, actually, into the other room at the UNEA 7 opening plenary. And that is your job, and I thank you for doing that. This summit is a clear demonstration of the growing recognition of the cities and regions, not only as stakeholders or as passive participants or as, one amongst many, but as, essential voices actually in shaping the global environmental agenda. Next Monday, there's also another event which is called Beat the Heat. This is another important event where we are bringing together many partners for a collective effort to translate global commitments into local action, more or less in the same way as we have been trying to do here. As we look ahead to a series of upcoming COPs next year, the importance of our conversation here today becomes even more apparent, providing early alignment of priorities, messaging, and opportunities for joint action. Cities and regions are essential implementers, innovators, and leaders. UNEP is committed to ensuring that the global system reflects that reality. Thank you very much. With that, the very last word has Gulnara.
No, just thank you so much, Martin. I think it was really a great reminder about why we're doing this. And really the forum was really a great way for the convergence, as Yunus mentioned, right? No, my role just to say thank you. Thank you so much to for all of you who came. We know that for many of you, the travel was actually 2-3 days here. So thank you so much, Mayor of Turbat, who traveled 3 days. But we know you are all very busy persons. And those who are in Nairobi, who are coming from Paris, who are coming from many places much further away. So thank you so much for coming. Big thanks to those who followed us online. We had colleagues coming from Asia following us in the morning, and Latin America following us in the afternoon. But everybody will be able to listen to the whole of the Cities and Regions Summit on YouTube, which will be also available. Also, colleagues, all the photos from today, if you want to see about all these very nice in-person moments, are on our Flickr. So they're here on the QR code, but also, of course, we will send it to you, as well as report from the session. And indeed, just to reiterate what Martin said, we are really passionate about making this forum as an implementation summit. And really to connect the normative basis into the local implementation forum. And with that, just to thank again our partners, UN Habitat, Local 2030 Coalition as general, which is co-organizer of this summit, but also especially the Secretariat, who actually helped us to do many of the travels, which was unexpected for them. Also to UNOPS and UNEP CCC, who did the same to help us. And of course, all the partners who were very actively engaged in the organization. In addition, also Global Cities Hub, UCLG, ICLEI, because we work really constantly to make sure that we bring all the constituencies, all the cities and regions from all the global regions. Organization of Cannes Summit is also quite a big machinery. So we worked with the governance affairs, with the civil society units, with our executive office, with our director's office. So big thanks to all of them for the help. But and of course, what is also important to thank the team. So my colleagues here in the room, Elsa, Wei, Stefania, Cecilia, they really pulled quite a lot of weight in organization because we were still having fun with COP and all the BNs and everything. But also, in order to make it happen also online, we also have had colleagues of Oscar, Mikel, Marie, who actually were keeping both Zoom and YouTube channel online, but also doing all the social media. So big thanks to all. And in terms of follow-up, of course, the longer term, they already mentioned, the World Urban Forum, the UNEA next week, and of course, I will not stay in the way of the reception, which is happening now. Thank you again to the Switzerland. Thank you so much.